If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, End of the Beginning. Under the shade of the cherry blossom tree, a young man dozed on the grass and enjoyed the gentle gust of wind. The warm sunlight brushed his black hair and handsome face, giving him a certain charm. He's around 17 or 18, with a slim but healthy build. Average to everyone in this country. He wore a standard black blazer and pants, complementing his look. Hayate-kun. Someone suddenly covered the sunlight from the young man, making the latter twitch his brows. Oh, Council President Koiori. What do I do to owe this pleasure to you, ruining my lovely nap? Hayate opened his eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful gold-like gems. A little smirk of annoyance appeared on his handsome face. The Council President, Koiori Nakamura, is a petite young lady with long black hair and gentle blue eyes. She wore the same blazer as Hayate, but there was a cat hairpin on the right side of her hair. Stop with that formal way of speaking, though I know you only want to annoy me back. The council president, named Koiori, smiled at him. You know that today is your awakening ceremony day, right? Hayate rolled his eyes and lifted his hand, gazing at the blue sky with falling cherry blossom petals. This scene causes him to feel melancholic. Hayate Kurogami experienced an event that was inherently described as unbelievable. 2.5 years ago, when Hayate just entered first year of high school, he was hit by a truck. He accepted his death, knowing he had a loving family and loyal friends. He even joked about encountering Truck-kun's legendary delivery service. But no. He awakened in a hospital bed with a bandage all over his body. Hayate never felt so grateful in his life before. That's until he realized this world wasn't the same world he used to live in. This world is an alternative world with a similar yet different history. At the end of Second World War, September 2, 1945, extreme radiation hit the Earth. Living beings awakened their inborn potential and abilities, becoming the first ever awakener in the world. Of course, since all living beings experience radiation, wildlife mutated and becomes terrifying monsters. The world just recovered from the Second World War. They couldn't resist the extreme waves of mutated monsters. Firearms and bombs are useless as mutated monsters have their abilities. 5 years of dark history happened, and humanity lost 60% of its population. Despite the bitter experience, humanity banded together and reclaimed over half of the Earth. One city after another. One generation after another. 70 years passed, and the young generation inherited their predecessors' will and talents. Today is August 18, 2020. Hayate Kurogami is at the end of his high school life, meaning he'd awaken his potential and talents soon. After graduating high school, he planned to experience university for 3 years and enlisted in the military. Even then, it depends on Hayate's awakened talent. Although humanity banded together, discrimination still exists. If one awakens trash talent, society will condemn it. Awakening, hey? I'd pass. Koiori was speechless. But I want to know your talent, humph. She pouted at him. In their first year, Koiori was actually saved by Hayate from a group of thugs. It makes her first impression of the black-haired young man soar high. She always clings close to Hayate, overseeing and knowing him more. Koiori doesn't know where her confidence comes from. Still, she believes Hayate Kurogami is naturally destined for greatness. Awakening Ceremony Day held by high schools isn't mandatory as awakening happens naturally anyway. Many youth attend this event to attract attention, hoping their dream university would catch a glimpse of their talents. Well, only poor or middle-class students would do this. People with connections have their ways, even if their talents aren't the best. As if they were playing gotcha, everyone's talents are random. Hayate waved his hand and said, I'll tell you my talent tomorrow. I had to go and meet Nakiri-sensei. As Hayate yawned and walked away, Koiori stared at his back helplessly. There is a hint of worry and excitement in her heart. Walking to the martial arts club, Hayate heard a loud smacking noise. He peeked into the room and saw a tall, beautiful woman in her mid-twenties smacking a punching bag. She wore a sports bra and pants, having her long brown hair tied in a ponytail. Oh. Hayate was about to sneak and escape when a pair of red eyes locked on his back. Bang! The punching bag exploded, spraying sand everywhere. Hayate, come in. Don't even think about running away. The woman said with a smile. Her red eyes are still gazing at him. Shit, I'm dead. Hayate sighed and entered the room full of gym equipment and 4 large arenas. Evening, Nakiri-sensei. Mei Nakiri is the advisor of the martial arts club. At the start of high school, she took the fancy of Hayate's raw potential and groomed him to become a fine martial artist. Oh, yeah. Mei also has the moniker of Demon Teacher. Not only because her training is literally demonic but also because her talent is related to transformation. She's beautiful indeed. Even Hayate daydreamed about her every once and then, but he couldn't be her with the strength he had. Mei Nakiri waved her hand and cleaned the sand on the floor. She smiled at Hayate and asked, "Today is your awakening day, right?" "Yeah," Hayate responded with a nod. "Good, then let's start with breaking your body. By squishing all your energy out, the awakening will be smoother." Mei added, sending a shiver down Hayate's spine. "Nakiri-sensei, mercy!" Hayate watched the ferocious woman pouncing him. Arg! Hayate returned home with soreness all over his body. If this world wasn't the alternative world, he should have died every day, considering Nakiri-sensei's teaching broke his body daily. The only comforting time he had was with his bed. Hayate's house is a 2-story building with a decent landscape and everything. Opening the front door, Hayate opened his mouth and said gently, "I'm home." Silence greeted Hayate, but he didn't mind. Upon waking up from his coma, Hayate received news that his parents had died. In this world, he and his parents were plainly struck by a trailer truck and tossed out of the cliff. It was an accident, resulting in his parents' death as they protected him with their talents. An alternative world at its finest. Hayate sighed, tossing his shoes off and tidying them into the shoe box. He made a simple meal and hit the shower, taking a glass of milk shortly after. Hayate glanced at the sky from the window of his room, seeing the sight of Tokyo. The city is bustling with activity. After thinking about something, he shook his head. I don't know if this second chance of life is a curse or a blessing. Hayate Kurogami always wondered why he experienced such a thing, but he couldn't find the answer no matter what. His shallow knowledge is not profound enough to know this world's mystery. He glanced at the clean bed and smiled, "Well, isn't this my dear bed? I'm tired, so give me comfort and a nice dream, can't you?" Hayate acted like he had a mental problem. However, it was merely a coping mechanism. As Hayate jumped onto the bed and covered himself with a blanket, he closed his eyes and said, "Good night." Hayate floated in a dreamy, cloudy-like space for an unknown time. He heard roars and cries of monsters, frowning. The intense roars and cries kept ringing in his head. He felt his heartbeat rising each second. Under the blanket, Hayate clenched his chest as a pained expression formed on his handsome face. Fuck. Hayate woke up in cold sweats. The lingering pain and roars still affected him. What the fuck? Even being hit by a truck isn't painful. Even Nakiri-sensei's punch felt milder than this. He cursed, feeling his veins and arteries about to burst out. Hayate suffered until midnight. It ended when a gecko entered his field of vision. As if Hayate was completely consumed by instinct, he killed the gecko and heard something ringing in his head. He was so in pain that he became angry. After calming himself down, Hayate looked at his arm where the gecko should be and discovered a small brown marble sphere instead. Hey! Swallow! Swallow! His instinct whispered to him. Hayate frowned, feeling his arm move by itself to his mouth. Two sets of information alongside the gecko's memories flowed into his head. Minor regeneration, F. Acquired. Sticky hands, F. Acquired. Hayate pinched himself. Is this real? Am I hallucinating? Hayate sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating his awakening. He tried to close his eyes and delve more into this ability, but all he found was the cloudy world. He stopped panicking and reviewed everything for hours. The first set of information he received was about his talent. It was a no-name talent that allowed him to crystallize essence into a marble. In this case, the gecko's essence was directly crystallized when Hayate killed it in rage. Another set of information is about the other abilities of Hayate's talent. He could consume the crystallized essence and obtain abilities from the dead target. Or he could combine the crystallized essence with others, creating a hybrid creature. This is such a villain type of talent. Hayate mocked himself. However, it seems the Gacha god doesn't abandon him. He was suddenly given a second chance and a cheat. Although Hayate doesn't know if gods or any powerful beings are involved in this, he'd rather live in peace unless someone provokes him first. Still, it doesn't stop him from experimenting with this power. Before that, Hayate should name his talent. Unlike others, he's rather unique. Upon awakening, one should receive the talent's name with its complete description. Yet Hayate only received the latter part. Essence. Crystallization. Devour. Hybrid creation. Hybrid doesn't sound very intimidating. What about monsters? No. Kaiju, perhaps. Kaiju creation. Annihilation maker. No, it's more of a fusion. Hayate stared at the poster on the wall. It was a poster of a massive lizard with lighting charging from its body, releasing a beam of light to the dark sky. Hayate also glanced at the neat manga on his bookshelves. Kaiju Maker. This name resonates with Hayate. Hayate smiled and watched the sunrise approaching. Well, I can't share the information of my talent with everyone now. Except. Hayate dialed 2 phone numbers. Council President, Sensei, hear me out. 3 years later. Hayate Kurogami opened his eyes with 2 women in his arms. They are Koiori Nakamura and Mai Nakiri, the 2 people he trusts the most in this world. After awakening his talent, Hayate told them about Kaiju Maker because they wouldn't and never sell him away. Koiori Nakamura is a young lady from a prominent family. She has a cunning personality and deep connection. Mai Nakiri is one of the vanguard, which means resisting mutated monsters is her duty. She saw Hayate's potential, and with his talent, she couldn't possibly let him go astray. For 3 years. These 2 helped Hayate research and experiment with Kaiju Maker. They bought an island and built an underground facility only for him. Their commitment and loyalty are unquestionable. Not only that, but their relationship also grew deeper and deeper as they finally confessed their feelings. Having 2 partners doesn't sound right for a lot of people. Nevertheless, Hayate felt blessed with such privilege. He loves them. They love him. And that's all that matters. Kissing the ladies on the cheeks, Hayate went to the training room and checked his physical fitness. He inhaled and exhaled air, sensing the surrounding area with all 5 senses. In this alternative world, talents are strictly graded from F to SSS. Even then, S grade alone is very rare in this world. There are only a handful of people who awakened S grade talent. As for SS and SS grade, people could only dream about it. And without a doubt, Hayate's talent is top-tier SSS grade talent. Although only 2 people know, Hayate has slayed countless mutated monsters on the other side of the world and reduced their numbers to test his Kaiju Maker's abilities. He was literally given the title of Unknown Monster Slaughter King. A mysterious expert that wiped mutated beasts to help humanity. They would have never thought the mysterious expert was a young man in his early 20s. Hayate closed his eyes and immersed himself in the Kaiju Maker world. It was a small world within Hayate's body, which functioned as a container for all the kaijus he had created. Each kaiju was especially contained within the kaiju marble sphere, just like Pokemon. Hayate got inspired by Pokemon, and he has no shame admitting it. Each marble sphere also has its own pocket environment suitable for the kaiju to live and sleep. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of marble spheres in Hayate's inner world. Let's see. Hayate picked raw essence spheres from mutated monsters called Thunderstorm Eel and Cannon Beetle, combining them into one. A kaiju sphere appeared as Hayate clasped his hand, releasing a bolt of lightning. He clenched his hand and summoned the kaiju out. It was a menacing beetle-like beast, standing with its two legs. An eel-like tail flowed from its back and connected to a metallic barrel of thick scales, seemingly charging it with electricity. Hayate changed the location and commanded the kaiju to release its most powerful attack. The metallic barrel on the kaiju's back shone as a ray of light hit distant space and exploded, causing an electromagnetic wave to sweep everything in a kilometer radius. Eel-tailed cannon beetle. Hayate nodded in satisfaction, thinking even S-grade oceanic mutated monsters would have a difficult time against his creation. Hayate told the new kaiju to enter its sphere and return to the real world, stretching slightly. Hayate, Hayate! Koyora's panicked shout echoed all over the facility. Hayate frowned and ran to Koyora's experimental room, seeing her sitting on the table with a devastated look. Mei also leaned on the wall with a solemn look on her face, grimacing about something. What happened? He asked with confusion. Koyora looked at Hayate and said, a huge cosmic storm is approaching the Earth. The Federation's satellite shared this to everyone within rank S Awakeners. Cosmic storm. Hayate was speechless. It means apocalypse, Hayate. Mei sighed heavily. The radiation that hit our planet 78 years ago weakened the atmosphere barrier, making it very fragile. Once the cosmic storm hits us, the world will shatter. She added with a cheerless mood. No, all living beings are doomed. Hayate calculated something in his head and asked Koyori, how much time do we have left? The Federation has already placed a countdown. We have less than a day. Migrating to other planets isn't possible because the first radiation's effects still left a residue in our solar system. If we have 22 more years, we can migrate as we predicted. The residue will disappear in 100 years. Dead end, truly a dead end. Mei laughed bitterly. Hayate Kurogami closed his eyes and said, there is a way. A way for everyone to survive this disaster. I will sacrifice myself. Don't even think about that. Koyori and Mei screamed at him. Tears welled up in their eyes. I'd rather die with everyone else than see you sacrificing yourself. Mei hissed, biting her lips until they bleed. I'm selfish, so what? Blame me for loving you this deeply. Hayate's achievement might not be in the Federation's record. However, he still achieved more than anyone else. He helped humanity for 3 years, wiping 90% of mutated monsters on the face of the Earth. If he hadn't interfered, countless countries and lives would have perished. They called him a hero for a reason. As for why Hayate didn't expose himself, he doesn't like the crowd's attention. Koyori hugged Hayate tightly and sobbed, Hayate, please don't. Hayate sighed, you know this is the only way. Humanity isn't strong enough to handle the cosmic storm. He smiled and continued, you two don't want to see me die, but it goes the same for me. I don't want to see you two die. I'm just sad. It seems that our wedding was unfortunately cancelled. He gazed at Mei warmly, Mei, I always wondered why did I awaken such a powerful talent? What's my purpose? What I want? I want to protect you two. I want to protect humanity. Without Earth, humanity can't exist. My family can't exist. Hayate rubbed Koyora's head gently and said, we haven't had breakfast. Breakfast is important, you know. I'll cook, so sit down and enjoy. Hayate went to the kitchen and cooked the most simple chicken porridge for his loved ones. Let's eat. Hayate sat around the table with Koyori and Mei, reminiscing about many happy memories in this tense moment. An alarm rang in the facility. It's time. Koiori, Mei. Hayate leaned on the dining table, kissing their lips for the last time. If reincarnation truly exists, I hope we can meet and fall in love again. I love you too. Heek. As Hayate walked away, Koiori's tears fell to the porridge. Mei couldn't handle her emotion well and punched the reinforced steel wall near her, breaking it. The whole facility also shook. Let's go. I want to see Hayate to the very end. Mei said in a gloomy mood. Koiori nodded, wiping her tears off. They walked to the upper floor and stood emotionally on a sandy beach. Hayate Kurogami floated in the air. He looked at the sky and laughed bitterly. Was he afraid? Yes. He already faced death once, and it was terrifying. Now is his second time. An incredible aura surged out from Hayate's body. He soared to the sky with a white flash of lightning, gaining the attention of the Federation's drones. The Federation has accepted its demise. Even though they could warn the civilians, it wouldn't bore any result. In this situation, even S-grade awakeners couldn't do anything. All of them will face a similar demise. The drones caught Hayate's act and spread it to everyone in the Federation. Koiori contacted someone in the Federation and told them to record this moment. Hayate hated attention, but he deserved to record his name. A name that would sound to the next generation, a name that wouldn't disappear from the history of humankind. Humanity's savior. Hayate arrived in outer space. He looked at the piles of gases approaching. He clenched his hand and summoned a crystal sphere. Massive energy erupted from the crystal sphere as Hayate's body was thoroughly covered by armor made of scales and furs. His body expanded beyond the size of the earth, darkening everyone's sight. A pair of golden eyes shone brightly from the titan-like creature. Hayate let out a battle cry he rarely does. He charged forward and manipulated several elements, pushing the cosmic storm away. The terrifying force behind the storm makes Hayate's joints weak. His skin ruptured. His flesh is turned into a mushy mess. His blood evaporated. His bones turned into dust. Regeneration kicked in, creating a cycle of destruction and restoration. Excruciating pain like no ever struck Hayate's body, but a fighting spirit still burned within Hayate's soul. After sensing he was far enough, Hayate glanced at the blue planet for the last time and closed his eyes. Kaiju Maker. I hope you don't disappoint me. Thank you for serving me for 3 years, my kaiju. It's time to show the world your might. A bright golden light illuminated Hayate's small world. The light spread out and swallowed everything. There is no fancy explosion, only silence. The cosmic storm clashed with the light and got swallowed instead. On Earth, everyone watched a beautiful golden light spraying the dark sky like fireworks. A ripple arrived, making everyone stop instinctively and feel sadness as if they lost something important. Koiori Nakamura and Mei Nakiri immediately dropped to the ground, crying messily. They hugged each other in comfort. A helicopter landed at the private island. Head researcher Nakamura, squad leader Nakiri. The members of the Federation saluted them. Mei stood up with Koiori in her arms and said, I want everyone to remember his deed. I want everyone to know. Build a monument. Today, humanity has lost its greatest guardian. Yes, madam. The members of the Federation responded in unison. Primal chaos, forbidden land of samsara. Ripples appeared above the well of samsara. A foreign soul flew out, entering the well and causing a tremendous change in the primal chaos. The flow of destiny altered abruptly. On a distant star, a mirror within a silver pendant suddenly cracked. A black-haired woman hugged herself in an ethereal space. She slowly opened her eyes and let out a confused hum. The well of samsara. The destiny I established has changed. How abnormal. The woman closed her eyes again. But this might be more interesting. Chapter 2, Third Chance, Reincarnated. Blue Wind Empire, Drifting River City. Within the inner courtyard of the Yu clan, a young boy with short black hair and pinchable cheeks sits down near a rock. He wore a loose white robe with a black sash, pants, and shoes, making him look cuter than your average child. Leaning on the rock, the young boy stared at the flowing river with dark, gleaming gold eyes. Although he was a child, there is a hint of maturity in his expression. Most of it was disbelief. A sigh escaped the boy's mouth. 6 years have passed. I couldn't remember much of my past life, but I'm a reincarnator without a doubt. Now I'm in cultivation world. Tisk, I can't catch a break at all. 6 years ago, Hayate Kurogami reincarnated as the fourth son of the Yu clan's patriarch. He was named Yu Long. As cliché as it was, Hayate Kurogami couldn't do anything about it. After 6 years, he could only accept this new identity. What's more bothersome is that he got reincarnated into the world of Against the God. Yes, Yu Long knew this world, but not so much. He lost his interest after the main character went to the divine tournament or whatever it was to enter the white pearl thingy. After reading a few more chapters, he didn't find much joy and stopped reading the novel. At least he reincarnated into a blue polar star. Yes, this seemingly low-level star is a literal starter package for cultivation with 3 god legacies and many other things. Given the information Yu Long gathered, he knew Yunche was about the same age as him. In fact, he's only 1 or 2 months younger than the protagonist. How unfortunate this third life is. Young master, young master! Someone shouted. Yu Long recognized this voice immediately and peeked, finding his maid walking around the courtyard. Maybe because he was small, the rock hit him well. The maid's name is Li. Well, Yu Long called her Lily. Lily is a petite girl in a green maid robe. She has long black hair styled in a bun and brown eyes. Her face might look ordinary, but it makes her unique, like your next-door type of girl. Lily, I'm here. He waved his hand. Young master, you're giving me a panic attack. Please don't disappear all of a sudden. Lily walked to him with a pout. Of course, Yu Long is no ordinary boy. He smiled and answered, I'm bored. I don't think sitting and learning words I already know is productive. Observing the beauty of nature is superior. Lily felt troubled, thinking about how well her young master spoke compared to other young masters. He's the youngest of the 4 Yu clan's young masters, making him the abnormality within the clan. Well, it also shows just how talented he was. After all, he's only 6. Anyway, Madam is calling you, young master. Lily placed her hands on the hip. Oh. Yu Long was interested. Although he has read Against the God to a certain extent, experiencing the world firsthand is different. Many details the novel doesn't convey always make him flabbergasted. That's why Yu Long asked for books above anything else. Knowledge is power. Let's go. Yu Long hopped and ran toward his mother's room. They lived in the same courtyard, so a few seconds of walk was enough for him to reach the room. He entered the room and saw a mature lady knitting something. Yu Long's mother is a green-eyed lady in her late 20s. Her black hair was loose, draping over her bosom. She wore a casual red and white robe, giving her a motherly look. She's the 4th wife of Yu clan's patriarch, bearing the surname Meng previously and the given name Xin. Mother. Yu Long hugged Yu Xin, rubbing his head against her soft mountains. It was heavenly, not going to lie. Yu Xin giggled at her son's spoiled act and stroked his hair gently. You're asking for martial arts books yesterday, right? Mother couldn't find much, so I can only gather some. You can check them later in your room. You're the best, Mother. Yu Long happily laughed. Yu Xin shook her head, this much is nothing. Yu Xin has heard that Yu Long's half-brothers spend piles of profound coins buying useless toys. Compared to them, Yu Long is simply a gift sent by heaven. He's a good, curious child. obedient and never act like a spoiled child unless it's related to a book or rather knowledge. As a mother, how could she not support his passion? Let's have lunch. Uxin glanced at Lily, making the maid nod. Yulong sat on the chair near his mother and said, I heard the eldest brother was renting a martial artist to be his teacher. How was it? It's... well, amusing. Hearing her son's question, Uxin laughed. On the first day, your eldest brother fired the teacher because he couldn't teach him profound skills. Yulong's mouth twitched. Yulong's eldest brother is the first young master of Yu clan. His name is Yu Kai, and he's the son of the patriarch's first wife. Yu Kai is 6 years older than Yulong, meaning he's 12. His profound entrances isn't mature yet, so he couldn't possibly cultivate profound arts, let alone profound skills. Damn it, this place is full of clowns. Yulong sighed helplessly. I feel bad for the teacher. Indeed. Uxin nodded in agreement. Then, again. Our clan wasn't inherently focused on martial arts. Yu clan is the only clan in Drifting River City. They are focused more on business as they have restaurants, shops, and brothels in 7 neighboring cities. They also have some franchises within New Moon City and Blue Wind Imperial City, generating slightly better incomes than others. Although Yu clan is a business-focused clan, it doesn't mean they are bullyable. Yulong's father is quite a man. He knew his weakness, so he formed several business connections with stronger clans and even the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Black Moon Merchant Guild's connection with Yu clan might be weak, but that's enough to repel greedy cultivators in the lower realm. All they needed was to stay humble and gather more experts. But with idiots like Yu Kai, Yulong doesn't think this clan will last long. Madam, young master. Lily brought a tray. Let's eat. Uxin placed down her knitting tools. After finishing his food, Yulong bade farewell to his mother and checked his room. He entered the room full of books, seeing a new pile near his bed. A grin appeared on his youthful face as he immersed himself in a martial arts book. Yulong read until evening, feeling a little sleepy. Tisk, he hates being a child. Yulong doesn't know how old he was in his previous life, but he's definitely older than 6. Rubbing his eyes, Yulong yawned and jumped onto the bed. He stared at the tiled ceiling and fell asleep. Unfamiliar memories flew by, and Yulong suddenly gasped for air. He opened his eyes and sat on the bed, patting his chest painfully. What was that? Yug, my head. Yulong cursed, sweating profusely. That dream feels so real. Yulong could feel new memories resurfacing just like 1 year ago. He rubbed his forehead and mumbled, Kaiju Maker. What's that? As Yulong delved into his memories, he discovered about Kaiju Maker. He frowned and mumbled, is this supposed to be my cheat? I know it. He laughed excitedly. There is no way a reincarnator has no cheat. Yulong walked out of his room and tried to do something. He was searching for something. When a green insect came into Yulong's vision, his golden eyes shone brightly. Yulong swatted the green insect and felt a weird sensation in his hand. A green sphere slowly formed with a magical yet invisible swirl. Seeing the sphere land on his hand, Yulong heard something at the back of his head. Swallow it! Swallow it! Yulong brought the sphere into his mouth and felt another piece of information rushing in. Night vision, F, acquired. Echolocation, F, acquired. Daewum. So cool! At this moment, Yulong's new journey as the Kaiju Maker finally started. Chapter 3, Low Profile Grinding. 1 year later. Yulong ran around inside the forest. His speed is fast, skipping from tree to tree effortlessly. Gotcha! He stretched his right hand and caught a small yet beautiful butterfly with bright blue wings. A bright light enveloped the butterfly, turning the insect into a little blue sphere. A smile appeared on Yulong's face as he ate the sphere, sensing the information coming to his head. Blue glass butterfly is a rare insect that exists in this forest. It appeared between summer and fall, possessing the ability to sense one's profound energy and tracking it. Profound sense, E, acquired. Tracking, F, acquired. Wiping the sweat off his face, Yu Long went to the nearest water source and refilled his water bottle. As he drank the water, he saw his current reflection. Ha had grown slightly taller. His hair also became longer. 1 year has passed after Yu Long awakened Kaiju Maker again. Although his skill and mastery over Kaiju Maker are low, Yu Long started to get the hang of it. Every time his past life memories return, Kaiju Maker will gain qualitative change. At first, Yu Long couldn't control crystallization of the essence and wasted much prey. Well, he has become slightly better now. The abilities he gained after devouring the essence were also weaker than they should have been. For example, the blue glass butterfly is a tricky insect as it can sense the surrounding profound energy. It could detect anything around a 100-meter radius easily. If Yu Long hadn't tried the blue glass butterfly with poison first, he wouldn't have been able to catch it. Compared to his past self, who could even raise abilities grades despite the target's low quality, Yu Long is inferior. He also couldn't create kaiju yet. As sad as it sounds, Yu Long couldn't do anything about it. To create a kaiju, Yu Long has to generate enough inner vitality from his body and use it to combine the essence sphere. Inner vitality is something Yu Long can't use at the moment. He's still young, and inner vitality is a raw potential needed for his growth. If Yu Long used it recklessly, he could become a child forever. That's a big no-no. At least until puberty, he needs to conserve his inner energy. Why puberty? It is because puberty is the golden phase when one's body grows the fastest, thanks to hormonal release. Thankfully, humans in the Against the God aged differently than humans in their past lives. That's why many jade beauties exist. Their puberty hits differently. Even if it's not the case, a sect like Frozen Cloud Asgard has profound arts that beautify girls by several grades. Yu Long looked around and found a safe, quiet place to meditate. He wants to sort out the abilities he accumulated after a year. 5 senses enhancement. Enhanced sight, D. Enhanced hearing, E. Enhanced tastes, F. Enhanced smell, E. Enhanced touch, E. Sensory ability. Profound sense, E. Echolocation, D. Long-ranged vibration, F. Tracking, F. Auxiliary ability. Regeneration, F. Poison resistance, D. Fire resistance, F. Water resistance, F. Pain resistance, D. Thoughts acceleration, D. Fast digestion, D. Combatability. Body strengthening, D. Sprint, F. Parkour, D. Bioelectricity, F. Poison spray, D. Presence concealment, E. Rare ability. Improved growth, F. Self-purification, F. Insect voice, D. Compound vision, F. Although not much, Yu Long believed he obtained the necessary abilities to fight or run away from the enemy. Fortunately, he could stack or train the abilities to increase their grades. He shook his head, sighing at his limited growth. He couldn't do much. Yu Long sneaked back to the Yu clan and changed his clothes. Lily, food. He said while reading some books. He's studying the physiology of humans in this world, specifically profound veins used to cultivate. The purpose of profound veins is to hold energy. Each person is innately born with a set of these veins. It starts growing at birth and reaches maturity at around 14 years old. Although profound veins do not affect one's life and death, it was still a part of the body. The profound veins inside the human body are like a robust and mature tree with many branches spreading out in all directions. Each branch laid an entrance. As for the trunk, it was the most significant core position of the veins, the base of all the veins. On this base, there were no profound entrances. On the other hand, profound entrances decide how high one's talent is. A person can only have a total of 54 profound entrances. If one has more entrances opened, their cultivation of the profound way and their activation speed will increase. A practitioner with 20 opened profound entrances would undoubtedly cultivate and activate their strength twice as fast as a practitioner born with only 10 opened. The number of innately opened profound entrances essentially decided the height one could reach during his entire life because it was extremely difficult to open profound entrances postnatal. Extremely advanced miraculous medicine, chance, and luck, not even one of these factors could be absent. Using external forces to open profound entrances would be accompanied by high risks. Even the slightest mistake would cause irreparable damage to the profound veins. When all 54 profound entrances are completely opened, it is known as Heavenly God's spiritual veins. The cultivation speed will be the maximum, and the owner will never hit a bottleneck. Never hit a bottleneck? What a lie! Yulong mumbled to himself. Heavenly God's spiritual veins indeed increase one cultivation speed, but it depends on the individual. Another factor, such as goal, could affect one's state of cultivation. After knowing this, Yulong believed his future cultivation needed a perfect balance. A perfect state of mind and body will cause a miraculous outcome. Young master, this is your food. Lily brought many plates on wide trays, placing them one by one on the table. Thanks. Yulong nodded, devouring the nearest food immediately. Young master is so cute. Lily thought while watching her squirrel-like little boss eating his food. Obliterating the food from existence, Yulong patted his bulging stomach and sat down for a bit. The ability fast digestion kicked in, breaking the food in his stomach and letting him absorb the energy more efficiently. Yulong exhaled turbid air from his chest and walked to the bathroom, entering a big basin with clean river water. Self-purification activated on Yulong's body, purging out impurities. Soon, the water in the basin turned brown and dark. Yulong jumped out and meditated again as improved growth ability triggered. A wave of rejuvenation swept over Yulong, making him feel comfortable. As if he had a breakthrough, his profound veins become more mature. Yulong hissed in delight. No wonder cultivators are addicted to breakthroughs and pills. It's better than sex and drugs. Wait, how did I know this is better than sex? Have I ever had sex before in the previous life? Yulong was suddenly struck by a realization. Yulong pondered a bit and shrugged as time would reveal his previous life memory. He clenched his hand, 10% increase in physical fitness. Also, did my skin become whiter and softer? He commented, observing the mirror's reflection. Yulong looked down at his little brother, I'm sure there is an ability that can increase length. Should I research insects or small animals with this ability? Of course, this is more of an investment for my future. Still, at this age, it can't get hard at all. Yulong sighed and walked out of the bathroom, wearing his clothes back. He was walking to his mother's room, thinking about how he should ask for a martial art instructor. Of course, he doesn't do this purely for training his martial arts. Yulong wants to know how cultivators in this world circulate their energies. If possible, Yulong wanted to test whether he could alter one's profound veins and entrances. With that in mind, Yulong confidently entered his mother's room. She was sitting on her rocking chair, enjoying a cup of tea. Longer, come. Uxin greeted him with a smile. Give mother a kiss. Yulong smiled and pecked her cheek, sitting on her lap. Mom, I want something. He said innocently. Oh, what is it? Uxin found it weird as her son was usually straightforward when asking about books. Yulong gazed at her eyes and whispered, I want a martial art instructor. And that person must be a nascent profound realm master or above. He continued with a determination look. Chapter 4, martial arts instructor. One day later. Yu clan's courtyard. A man in his mid-20s stood before Yu Long. The man's complexion is tanner due to the blazing sun, with shortly cut black hair, sharp eyebrows, and a high nose. He wore humble-looking attire, a loosely cut dark blue robe, matching pants, and shoes. Although he sported loose clothes, they couldn't hide his somewhat muscular build. He looks handsome with an honest look and concealed valiant spirit, probably because he doesn't want to scare Yu Long off. 5th level of nascent profound realm. Not too bad, but not good either. Yu Long examined the martial arts instructor. He doesn't know how much his mother spends her money, but looking at this guy, she must pay him nicely. Greetings, my name is Yu Long. Introduce yourself, teacher. Yu Long said with a smile. The man was startled by Yu Long's well-spokenness. He expected the child to be quite spoiled if he came from a clan like this. He coughed off his embarrassment and replied, "Hello, young master. My name is Hong Wuji. And I'm here to teach you about martial arts and build a strong foundation for your future cultivation." "Okay, how old are you?" Yu Long asked instead. 25. Hong Wuji was confused. Cultivation realm. 5th level of nascent profound realm. How many of your profound entrances opened? 11. Hong Wuji was overwhelmed by Yu Long's rapid and straightforward questions. He looked at this bizarre child, wondering what kind of mess he delved into. Hearing the answers he wanted, Yu Long's eyes lit up slightly. It seems profound sense from the blue glass butterfly works wonderfully. Yu Long currently observes Hong Wuji, precisely his inner part, and profound veins, and discovers a blue aura traveling inside. This blue aura is profound energy. It makes rotation inside the central veins and receives energy from the branches. Yu Long guessed the level of cultivation based on Hong Wuji's energy purity. Tapping his chin, Yu Long opened his mouth and asked again, "Teacher Hong, can you demonstrate your profound arts and skills? And don't worry. I won't ask you impossible things like training me such things. I'm just curious how they work." Hong Wuji. This kid is abnormal. Still, Hong Wuji sighed and said, "Step back, young master." Yu Long stepped a few meters back and used compound eyes, thoughts acceleration, and profound sense simultaneously. The world seems to become brighter for Yu Long as Hong Wuji's movement becomes slower. Hong Wuji entered a horse stance, and profound energy inside his body boiled, moving to his arms. He drove his fist forward, creating a ripple in the air. Bam! Blazing tiger fist. He roared, causing a small shockwave with a flurry of the blaze. Oh! Yu Long couldn't help but clap his hand. Amazing, amazing! But why did you have to shout your attack's name? Isn't that counterproductive if the enemy knows your move? Or is it because shouting the attack's name enhances the move's potency? Hong Wuji was dumbfounded once again. Since shouting the name of profound skills seems normal, Hong Wuji never thought of it. After all, it was common sense in this world. Yes, it doesn't really bring any benefit. Maybe making it more glorious, but that doesn't seem a good point. Yu Long's questions made Hong Wuji question his common sense. I don't know, young master. In the end, Hong Wuji answered weakly. It's just an instinctual reaction. Yu Long rolled his eyes and cursed, cultivation world and its questionable logic. Anyway. Teacher Hong, what can you teach me? A few minutes ago, Hong Wuji would be confident in answering this question. However, now? He couldn't help but solemnly stare at the golden-eyed child before him. Those golden eyes seemingly pierced through his soul. Is he really 7 years old? This thought flashed in Hong Wuji's head. Hong Wuji shook his head bitterly. I'm not confident about teaching young master anymore, but I'll try my best to assist you. Oh! Yu Long expected Hong Wuji to resign, but this was also good. Hong Wuji's mentality is solid. Then, teach me more about the Blue Wind Empire. He laughed childishly. Someone who had adventure outside like teacher Hong must have more information than a child in this backwater clan like me. Okay. Hong Wuji nodded in understanding. 3 weeks later, Hong Wuji trained in the Yu clan's courtyard, and Yu Long observed him silently. Their teacher-student relationship is strange, but they definitely know more about each other now. Yu Long's oddness never ceases to surprise Hong Wuji. He's only 7 years old and could display a degree of discipline. At 6 in the morning, he exercises and does several sets of basic punches, kicks, and many others. Since a child is flexible, Yu Long's exercise is very beneficial to build a healthy body. Even Hong Wuji tried Yu Long's routine for 2 weeks and felt his foundation become firmer, making him ashamed. Who is the student here? Yu Long also showed extreme comprehension capacity as he could copy Hong Wuji's martial arts with a simple glance. Of course, we don't include profound skills as Yu Long doesn't have a cultivation base yet. Hong Wuji stopped and exhaled air from his chest. He clenched his fist and felt the profound energy within his body show a sign of a breakthrough. Teacher Hong, can you help me with something? Yu Long suddenly uttered. I'll try my best, young master. Hong Wuji answered instantly. Yu Long smiled and continued, can you hunt profound beasts and give me the corpse? Even low-level ones are okay. Hong Wuji was curious why Yu Long needed such a thing. Even then, he didn't question his request. Profound beasts are the term used for beasts that have the cultivation of nascent profound realm. Profound beasts start their paths when entering this realm as they form cores. These cores are called profound cores and are highly sought after. They could make medicine and weapons with it. The higher the rank of the profound cores, the more valuable they are. Yu Long has experimented with insects and some small beasts near the drifting river city. Theoretically, he could use Kaiju Maker on profound beasts, but he never tried as he doesn't have a target to do it. He asked his mother once, but the latter rejected him. She probably thought he wanted a profound beast pet. Such a dangerous creature, Uxin won't let it get close to her child. If only she knew Yu Long's ability. Profound beasts. Hong Wuji mumbled to himself. I think it's possible. Give me a few days, young master. He assured while patting his chest. A teacher. He's more like a lackey to me. Yu Long gave Hong Wuji an innocent smile. And just like that, Hong Wuji went out for 5 days. Yu Long's life was like any other day until someone suddenly barged into his courtyard. Fourth brother. It was his second eldest brother, another idiot. Yu Long clicked his tongue in annoyance but hid it. Why are you coming uninvited, second brother? Yu Long's second brother is 5 years older than him. He's a chubby fellow with neatly cut black hair and yellow-colored eyes. Unlike Yu Long's white and black robe, he likes to wear a bright yellow robe with a bold red sash. His name is Yu Gong. Yu Gong patted his belly and said, I heard there would be a new dish in the fragrance restaurant. Elder brother and third brother are busy with something else, so I thought of bringing you there instead. No, thanks. Yu Long walked away. Come on, just for this once. Yu Gong hugged him from behind. What's good about reading books anyway? Trust me, this new dish will blow your mind. Tisk, fine. Yu Long sighed in defeat. Maybe he should enjoy his childhood more. Hee, you won't be disappointed. Yu Gong laughed loudly, making his belly jiggle. Yu Gong and Yu Long went out, strolling on the main road of the drifting river city. They arrived at the fragrance restaurant and ordered the new item they had. It was a bowl of noodles with creamy white soup and a sprinkle of spices. Yu Long picked up his chopsticks and slurped the noodle. Savory flavor hit Yu Long's taste buds. Since his sense of taste was more enhanced thanks to Kaiju Maker, he could tell the ingredients used for this bowl of noodles were fresh and high in quality. Slurp. Tea, this is not bad. He licked his lips and commented while looking at the empty bowl. Right. Yu Gong finished his second bowl already. Yu Long appreciates Yu Gong more now. Maybe this brother of his isn't that idiot after all. They ordered more bowls, and Yu Long successfully ate 4 servings himself. He could eat more, but he might get addicted. On the other hand, the chubby second brother devoured 13 bowls, talking about addiction. They were walking on a lonely road, detoring from the main road. Yu Long frowned slightly, sensing 3 people hiding in the shadows. He was unfamiliar with these presences, guessing they were not from around here. 4th brother. Yu Gong shook him. What do you think? I'm not lying, right? Yes, Yu Long responded casually, which caused a grin to bloom on Yu Gong's face. Yu Long is known as anti-social in the clan. Bringing him out like this can be considered an achievement for Yu Gong. Yu Gong was about to say something when a black shadow suddenly ambushed him. His vision darkened as the last thing he saw was Yu Long's apathetic golden eyes. Yu Long caught Yu Gong with one hand and stared at the unknown man in black. Then, he glanced at the bush on the right and the tree on the left, smiling lightly. Their cultivations aren't even at nascent profound realm. Many scenarios ran in Yu Long's head, and he quickly guessed these guys' intentions. I don't know who you are, but... he said indifferently. You have chosen the wrong person to kidnap. Chapter 5, An Underwhelming Combat. Chapter 4 Yu Long observed the kidnappers in his field of vision. He calculated their danger level quickly. 3 enemies. All adult males. Cultivation bases, 5th level of elementary profound realm. I don't know who you are, but... you have chosen the wrong person to kidnap. Humph. The man in black snorted and haughtily walked to Yu Long. It seems the report is right. You're quite a bizarre child. Still, it doesn't mean anything. Be a good boy, and you won't feel any pain. Yu Long has never fought anyone before. He sparred a few times with Hong Wuji, but that's it. However, he wasn't nervous at all. Something inside Yu Long makes him feel confident. Yu Long tossed his second brother away and sprinted toward the man in black. He could see a condescending smirk behind the black cloth covering his face. Bioelectricity traveled to Yu Long's fingertips as profound sense and compound eyes pointed to weakness in the target's body. Die! Yu Long's body strengthened, allowing him to hop and stab the man's solar plexus. The man in black shook his head, thinking it would feel like a tickle. Arg! A painful groan escaped the man's mouth. Yu Long slammed the man's mouth and said, "Goodbye." A wave of purple-colored poison sprayed from Yu Long's sweat glands, drowning the man's throat. The man in black fell to the ground, twitching like a dead fish. Yu Long looked at the dying kidnapper and commented, as expected, I didn't feel remorseful. As Kaiju Maker, Yu Long doesn't view humans not related to himself as humans anymore. They are clumps of essence, which he could crystallize and use. Yu Long wondered solemnly, just what kind of man I was in my previous life. He used body strengthening again and parkoured into the tree. Since the other kidnappers are still shocked, he could kill one of them fast enough. The kidnapper in the tree watched Yu Long lunging toward him. What? Yu Long jabbed the kidnapper's neck and poisoned him. It was a swift process, and a twitching man fell from the tree and squealed like a pig. The kidnapper in the bush was terrified. He wanted to run away but failed to recognize a small leg tackling him down. Thud. The kidnapper crawled in fear. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. Why should I? Yu Long's voice brushed his ears. Even if you don't open your mouth, I can still get your memories. Die or not, it's the same for me. Arg. The kidnapper felt something touching his spine. A liquid traveled inside his body and released an intense electric shock, frying everything. 3 adult men just wiped by a kid. It was also fast, less than a minute. Their foundations are weak. Yu Long yanked his fingers out of the man's back and grabbed a handkerchief, cleaning the blood. I thought my first fight would be more interesting. Oh well. At least I get more essence sphere. A wave sucked the corpse, turning it into a black-colored sphere. Yu Long looked at the piles of clothes and profound coins, picking the latter unhurriedly. He turned 2 other corpses into essence spheres and checked their belongings. Counting his spoils of war, Yu Long ate one of the spheres and tossed the piles of clothes into trash cans. Memories of a man named Wang Wei entered his mind. And as Yu Long speculated, someone ordered Wang Wei and 2 others to kidnap Yu Clan's young masters. Their goal is to receive ransom money. Unfortunately, the person who rented these people covered himself when he made the deal. All Yu Long could discern was his gender and voice, which were barely enough for him to investigate later. Yu Long shook his head and grumbled unhappily, 10 profound purple coins to kidnap me and second brother. Cheap-ass kidnappers. He couldn't help but complain, hoping to get more pocket money. Yu Long carried his second brother back to the Yu clan. The guards were alerted by their appearance. 4th young master. What happened? One guard stepped out and asked. Kidnapper. Yu Long answered indifferently. 3 of them, but don't worry much. Someone has dealt with them. Since Yu Long doesn't want to reveal himself, he decides to lie and make a fake scenario. All he had to say was that an elder with a white beard and mustache helped him, and the guards believed him. Ah, the cultivation world and their mysterious old man excuse. After handing the second brother to the guards, Yu Long returned to his courtyard and received 2 pieces of information. Bow making, F. Acquired. Trap making, F. Acquired. Are these abilities? Well, this answered my guess. When I consume an essence sphere of humans, their former skills will be mine. But it's somewhat late, eh? I walked from that street to the Yu clan for 10 minutes. Yu Long rubbed his chin. Maybe because I'm still young and Kaiju Maker hasn't reached its full potential. Whatever, one of my curiosity got answered. Ugh, so sticky. I want to take a bath. As he immersed himself in the bathtub, someone knocked on the bathroom. Yu Long used his profound sense and smiled slightly. Even though he knew who it was, he still asked, "Who is there?" "It's me." A dignified male voice echoed. Yu Long was excited. "Father, you're back. Finish your thing. I'll be waiting in your room." Yu Long's father responded calmly. Yu Long wiped his body clean and changed his clothes. He went to his bedroom and saw an adult man sitting on the edge of his bedroom, reading one of his research books about martial arts. Yu Long's father is called Yu Zhan. He's a dignified man in his mid-30s. He has short raven hair, a defined jawline with stubbles, sharp eyebrows, a high nose, and striking golden eyes. His handsomeness is full of vigor, which explains where Yu Long's appearance comes from. Yu Zhan wore a black robe that hung on his muscular body, and his well-fitted pants also showed his toned calves. He's not someone you expect from a leader of a business-related clan. Closing the book in his right hand, Yu Zhan smiled and commented, "It seems my youngest son is very hard-working. You're diligent and even make your own notes." "It's nothing special." Yu Long shrugged casually. Yu Zhan shook his head at this son and said, "Sit. Tell me about the kidnappers you encountered." "Okay." Yu Long sat on the bed and retold the fake story. Yu Zhan attentively listened to his youngest son's story and frowned now and then. "Tisk, those bastards. They lost their capital and now want to drag my kids down. They are looking down on me. Those bastards." Yu Long tilted his head. Yu Zhan realized his mistakes and coughed, "I mean those bad guys. Father recently made a killing in the other empires. It led to some of our competitors losing some fortune. Father was worried, so I hurriedly returned to the clan. Fortunately, an expert was helping you and Yu Gong. Father was one step behind." Yu Zhan sighed heavily. From now on, I'll increase the security of Drifting River City. FCK, what have I done? Now, I can't sneak into the forest anymore. Yu Long cursed in his head. Yu Zhan gazed at his youngest son and added, I will also assign a bodyguard for you and your brothers. No. Yu Long lamented internally. Yu Long regretted telling his father and the guards about those incompetent kidnappers. He should have kept it for himself and dealt with it later. Yu Zhan patted Yu Long's head and said, let's have dinner. It's been a while since we ate together. Swallowing his grief, Yu Long smiled forcibly and responded, Everyone gathered in the main dining room and had a huge feast. The next morning, Yu Long opened his eyes and yawned slightly. He stretched his small yet growing body. Good morning, world. Yu Long brushed his teeth and slowly walked to the courtyard for daily exercise. As Yu Long was about to start, someone called him. Young master, young master. Lily ran into the courtyard. Her face is red. What's the matter, Lily? Yu Long gave her a questioning look. Lily calmed her breath and said in a heavy mood, it's about your martial arts instructor. Oh, Teacher Hong. He has returned. Good, prepare breakfast for both of us. He replied with a bright smile. No. Lily shook her head. Mr. Hong has passed away. Yu Long's smile immediately disappeared. Chapter 6, The Truth of Hong Wuji's Death. Chapter 5 Hong Wuji is dead. This news hit Yu Long like a truck. After all, Yu Long just got to know his martial arts instructor. Although they weren't very close, Yu Long showed Hong Wuji his aptitudes while hiding them from others. A connection formed when Hong Wuji agreed to hunt some profound beasts for him, and Yu Long fully believed Hong Wuji's character as an honest and dependable person. Just how many people are close to Yu Long after he got reincarnated? He could count it with his fingers. But now, he lost one of them. Yu Long grasped Lily's hand tightly and coldly asked, Tell me, what happened? It was an accident. Mr. Hong was hunting profound beasts in the drifting Cloud Mountain range, but he seemed to accidentally catch the attention of a powerful beast and ended up heavily injured. There are claw marks all over his corpse, which was recently found on the border of the forest. Powerful beast. Yu Long snorted indifferently. From his observation, Hong Wuji is not the type of person who would seek trouble. On the surface, it might look like an accident, but Hong Wuji always told Yu Long no one is more familiar with drifting Cloud Mountain range than himself. Someone with such deep knowledge can easily dodge powerful beasts as he recognizes their habitats, behavior, and movement patterns. No matter how Yu Long sees it, something shady definitely happens. But then, Yu Long suddenly remembered something. Before the teaching session, Hong Wuji always told Yu Long about his younger sister to ease the awkwardness. And that sister is Hong Wuji's only family member left. Hong Guan. Yu Long mumbled the name of Hong Wuji's sister. Lily, prepare the carriage. We will go to the north area. Why yes, young master, Lily responded, never seeing her cute young master like this. That cold, indifferent face left a lingering shock on her. A carriage pulled out by horses from the Yu clan's stable. The galloping noises echoed far away. Yu Long calmed himself down, bringing tranquility to his anger. Yes, anger. I underestimate Kaiju Maker's power. He doesn't know why, but Hong Wuji brings more anger than sadness. They arrived at the north area of the drifting river city. Remembering the story Hong Wuji had spoken, Yu Long ordered the driver to take a few turns and stopped at an ordinary-looking house. It was a one-story building, not too big or too small, enough for a family of 3 to live. Yu Long jumped from the carriage and approached the house. He heard a sobbing noise. Heek! Heek! Yu Long gently pushed the front door open and saw a black-haired young woman kneeling on the floor. She's facing a white wood coffin. Upon seeing the coffin, Yu Long's golden eyes dimmed slightly. He sighed and approached the young woman. Are you Hong Guan? Yu Long stood behind the black-haired young woman. The black-haired young woman turned around and stared at Yu Long's figure. Yes. She answered with a gloomy expression as tears were flowing from her eyes. Hong Guan is a young woman around the age of 17 or 18. She has long and scattered black hair, fair skin, and rosy lips. She has a pair of red eyes due to crying so much. She currently wore mourning clothes, not showing her figure at all. Yu Long offered a handkerchief and said, "My name is Yu Long. Your older brother is my teacher. Although he didn't teach me for long, I appreciated him from the deepest part of my heart. That's why I'll shelter you from now on. Will you follow me?" Yu Long asked with a weak smile. "You're the kid my brother talked about." Hong Guan gratefully picked up the handkerchief and wiped her tears. "He talks a lot about you recently. Every day, he'd praise you for being a genius. He even told me about hunting profound beasts because you want it." "I'm sorry." Yu Ling grabbed the corner of his clothes and looked down on the stone floor. If he hadn't asked Hong Wuji to hunt profound beasts, the martial arts instructor wouldn't have visited the Drifting Cloud Mountain range. It's not your fault." Hong Guan shook her head gently. "If we want to blame, we should blame profound beasts. Being a practitioner in a profound way is dangerous, to begin with." Yu Long's expression froze as he gazed into Hong Guan's eyes and said with seriousness, "What if I told you teacher Hong's death wasn't an accident? Think about it. Your older brother is a skilled hunter and has grown all his life near the Drifting Cloud Mountain range. How could such a man accidentally meet a dangerous beast? This is..." Hong Guan contemplated. Yu Long took a deep breath and continued, "This is just my assumption, but I know how to find the truth about his death. Regardless, I need you to trust me." "I trust you. I want to know the truth." Hong Guan's eyes light up in determination. Yu Long sighed in relief. "When will his corpse get buried?" "Tomorrow morning." Hong Guan answered honestly. "Good, I'll handle the burial." Yu Long smiled at her. "For now, follow me back to the Yu clan." The next day, Yu Long and Hong Guan attended the burial of Hong Wuji's coffin. Yu Long's mother and father also followed, watching a group of people putting the coffin and burying it with soil. After the burial, Yu Long and Hong Guan burn incense to pay respect to the dead. "Let's go." Yu Zhan patted Yu Long's small shoulder. Yu Long nodded and pulled Hong Guan's arm. "Sister Hong." Hong Guan followed them back to the Yu clan. Returning to his courtyard, Yu Long rested on the bed and pulled out a black-colored sphere. "Hong Wuji," he muttered to himself, noticing some white spots on the sphere. "If my guess is correct, I'll do my best to avenge you." Memories flowed into Yu Long's head. A vision of Hong Wuji appeared. He was walking in the wild with some profound beasts' corpses on his shoulder. "Let's return," Hong Wuji said to himself. "Young master will be happy with my hunts. I caught some rare profound beasts, haha." Hong Wuji turned around and noticed abnormal movement from far away. He hid behind a tree, showcasing his skill as a hunter. "What is that?" Hong Wuji's eyes widened as 5 white-clothed individuals ran to his position. Behind them is an injured mountain tiger of Earth Profound Realm. The king of the mountain. Hong Wuji finally recognized the profound beast. "Run!" Hong Wuji ran away quickly because his life depended on it, but one of the white-clothed individuals caught up and mercilessly slashed his Achilles tendons. "Be proud, peasant. Your lowly life will be helpful for the heavenly spear Thunderfire Fortress." The white-clothed individual's arrogant voice penetrated Hong Wuji's ears. They actually exploited him to buy more time. The mountain tiger was in a frenzy state, attacking everything in its path. Hong Wuji screamed in pain. The mountain tiger's claws struck him continuously. After a few seconds, the mountain tiger left him and chased after the white-clothed individuals again. Hong Wuji should have died with these extreme injuries, but his survival instinct is still running. He crawled for an unknown period, reaching the edge of the drifting cloud mountain range. At his last breath, Hong Wuji hoped someone would take care of his younger sister. Bam! Yulong slammed his little hand against the bed and smashed the wooden frame. He opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold golden rays. Herbology, D. Acquired. Danger Sense, E. Acquired. Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Yulong roared in fury. Discovering the truth, Yulong finally have a target to vent his anger. However, not now. He's still too weak. He needs more power and influence to absolutely decimate Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress from existence. Revenge is best served cold. Yulong stared at the open window, gazing toward the vast azure horizon. Mark my words, vengeance will be mine. Chapter 7, First Kaiju. Chapter 6 Yulong and Hong Guan sat inside a pavilion. They haven't said anything for minutes, allowing the tea served by Lily to become cold. Hong Guan's gaze is dull and distant, seemingly having no warmth. Well, she just lost her only family member. Yulong opened his mouth and said, the truth about Teacher Hong's death. I've grasped it. Really? Hong Guan's eyes lit up. Yulong nodded, yes. But first of all, I must say this. We don't have the power nor influence to fight these people yet. You can bury your hatred here and live a peaceful life. Or will you follow me, even to hell? Hong Guan's mouth parted when she heard Yulong's warning. She wasn't a dumb village girl. She knew what he meant. The people behind her brother's death must be from a mighty background. Still, it won't stop Hong Guan from knowing the truth. If possible, Hong Guan wants revenge. I still want to know. Even if I have to enter hell, I'd rather know the truth than live in a nightmare. Yulong approved Hong Guan's determination. But soon, his expression became solemn. The truth is. Yulong started talking about Hong Wuji's experience until his last breath. Of course, he didn't mention Kaiju Maker and explained how he found out based on his investigation. The claw marks, severed tendons on Hong Wuji's corpse, and blood trails in the drifting cloud mountain range led Yulong to this conclusion. Lastly, Yulong placed a ripped white cloth on the table. This is our last clue. I hired someone to check the drifting cloud mountain range, and that person discovered this near Teacher Hong's blood trails. This. Hong Guan frowned at the ripped cloth. Yulong sighed and added, there aren't many places that could produce such a high-quality fabric, moreover wearing it. Which means the culprit is someone from a powerful background, preferably a sect or clan. Near our city, there are only 3 sections. Windblade Sect, Cloud Palm Sect, and Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Out of all 3 sects, only one wore this specific cloth. And that is Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Yulong said indifferently. Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Hong Guan's eyes flashed with a gleam of murder. She didn't question Yulong's credibility because she knew Yu Clan could do this investigation. Deep inside, she was very touched by Yulong's way of thinking. He goes above and beyond to help my brother. Hong Guan stared at the child before her. He's no more than 7 years old, but his cleverness is above adults. No wonder my brother called you a genius, young master. She praised him. Yulong waved his hand, it's nothing. My genuineness is useless when faced with Heavenly Spear Thunderfire. That's why. We must become stronger. Sister Hong Guan, you want revenge, no. With my every well-being. Hong Guan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Welcome to the team, Sister Hong Guan. Yulong smiled and gave her an understanding look. Weeks after weeks. Months after months. Yulong experimented with Kaiju Maker and even researched more about the human body. He learned many things, starting from how to open profound veins entrances and new fields like sensitivity and aspect. At 14, everyone in the world started to have the ability to consolidate profound strength from their vitality/life energy, pulling it by bit into their bodies. After condensing this sparse vitality into a profound foundation, they officially enter the first level of the elementary profound realm. This realm was the starting gate. The body experienced a qualitative change and exceeded ordinary life forms. With the cooperation of Lily, Hongguan, and some loyal servants, he realized one's sensitivity toward profound strength and the energy in the atmosphere revealed in this stage. Although they have passed the optimal age, Yulong uncovered someone who remained at elementary profound realm due to their sensitivity being too low. Low sensitiveness led to slow reactions when using profound strength/energy. Opening profound entrances will solve this problem, but it doesn't assess one's base sensitivity. Using a concoction of common herbs and non-lethal poison alongside a meditation technique that Yulong developed, even people who passed an optimal age of cultivation could increase their sensitivity. On top of that, the effect will be even more potent before the profound veins mature. The concoction is called Heart Opening Liquid, and the meditation technique called Heart Sensing Sutra. The complementary use of these two allowed one to increase sensitivity by several folds of their base level. As if their talents soared, the servants break through one after another. The profound aspect is the new secret Yulong inquired about the human body. He knew about the unique constitution, spirit, and profound veins in Against the God world. Anyone who possessed such things is one in many, having the privilege to become stronger rapidly. The heroine of Against the God possessed 9 profound exquisite body and snow-glazed glass heart, which were cheat-like advantages that allowed her to cultivate any profound arts, advancing at ridiculous speed. Yes, this was an aspect. Everyone has their aspects, but their low and poor aptitude buried it. Yulong learned this accidentally when using Kaiju Maker to turn kidnappers into the essence sphere. Their essence contained not only their skills but also unique patterns. The patterns determined one's aspects. For example, 9 profound exquisite body reflected the aspect of pure malleable constitution, and extra reserves let its possessor cultivate any profound arts and hold more energy beyond the limit. If Yulong knew the patterns of these aspects, he could copy and transplant them to others. Of course, the person who received the transplants won't get the 9 profound exquisite body, but the effect will be the same despite some inferiority. It would be impossible for others, but for Yulong, it wasn't a far-fetched goal. Technically speaking, Yulong possessed nearly infinite aspects, as Kaiju Maker allowed him to devour other essences and their unique patterns. Yulong could uncover the truth of the universe by doing more in-depth research about profound aspects. He might be able to trace everything back to the Age of Gods. Unfortunately, he barely touched the tip of the iceberg. Thinking about it, Yulong has broken common sense several times already. Even then, his daily schedule is training, hunting, and researching. Rinse and repeat. 3 years later, a handsome youth meditated on the edge of a cliff. The morning wind swept his dashing black hair, revealing his charming face. He wore a white and blue robe with matching pants and shoes, gazing at the morning sun with his golden eyes. Since the clothes were thin, one could see a nicely developing physique with toned muscle under it. However, these muscles seemed to hold incredible power. Young master. A beautiful maid approached the youth. Lily knew you'd be here. Yulong turned around and smiled. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, Lily. I can't be lazy. The beautiful maid covered her mouth in shock. Young master, why you have reached 3rd level of body tempering? A cheeky smile appeared on Yulong's face as he nodded, indeed. On top of that, my profound veins also matured just now. Lily couldn't believe her ears for a moment. Did her young master say his profound veins fully matured? Doesn't that mean he could cultivate earlier than others? God, he's only 10. Yulong chuckled, shaking his head at Lily's ignorance. The mature phase of profound veins is when it can absorb one's vitality and convert it into other energy. Any further development won't happen after that. Unless it is intentionally manipulated through external means. Yulong's profound veins are unlike any others. Due to devouring so many essences, his vitality is abundant, and his profound veins mature 4 years earlier than they should be. Yulong could also modify his profound veins by attaching some aspects, but that's for later. Well, let's have breakfast first. Yulong stood up. His height is the same as Lily's, around 49 feet or 152 centimeters. Standing side to side, Yulong and Lily look more like siblings. There is so much vitality in my body. Yulong thought while walking down a small mountain. I can start making my first ever kaiju. A sense of achievement filled Yulong's chest as he gazed at the Yu clan's compound. The area of living stretches over several kilometers, housing thousands of people. Yulong didn't just stay idle and training for 3 years. Using his father's connections in the business world, he bought many medicinal ingredients, minerals, and tons of books. Of course, he expanded the business too. He raised a group of loyalists, which he trained strictly. The Yu clan is still a business-related clan on the surface, but Yulong secretly developed a super force beneath it. Arriving at his courtyard, Yulong noticed a beautiful woman training and waving her slender arms continuously. A flame burst one after another, creating a set of beautiful flowers. "Older sister, I'll be waiting in the dining room," Yulong shouted while waving his hand. Hongguan has grown wonderfully in the last 3 years. Her figure becomes more pronounced and well-endowed, adding to her charming face. Her hair was neatly tied in a bow style. "Sure." Hongguan beamed at Yulong, waving her hand back. After breakfast, Yulong entered his room and meditated on the bed. He was quickly immersed in the inner world, a pocket space where he stores all the unused essence spheres. Opening his eyes, Yulong could see a cloud world. Piles of essence spheres lay before him, gleaming with unique lights. What kind of kaiju should I make first? I must think of practicality more than anything. With that in mind, Yulong handpicked some essence spheres and placed them near him. A certain demon lord flashed in Yulong's head as he grinned foolishly and said, "Let's start with that." The essence spheres are devoured by a small tornado, merging into one entity. A few moments later, a wave of warm mist welcomed Yulong's face as a small creature came into his vision. This kaiju is a limbless creature consisting of gelatinous material with a teardrop-like shape. Its body is entirely blue and almost see-through. Yes, this is it. My first kaiju. Slime. Chapter 8, Wabi the Mighty Slime. The slime has appeared. Chapter 7 New. A blue, almost translucent slime hovered before Yulong. The newly created kaiju has an exhilarating expression on its squishy face, making Yulong smile a little. I mean, who wouldn't get excited to be the first kaiju ever created in this world? For this slime, it was such an honor. Yulong picked the slime with one hand, squishing its body one way after another. He could feel the connection between kaiju and himself. A list of information appeared in Yulong's head. Kaiju number 1. Species, hybrid water slime, kaiju. Grade, B+. Abilities, absorb, dissolve, temper, size alteration, self-regeneration, physical damage nullification. Yulong shook his head gently, B and for my first try. Could have been A. Whatever, it's my first kaiju, and I'm not very experienced either. He rubbed the slime. I can only blame my lack of skills. But it's better than my previous life. My past self struggled to make the first kaiju because no one taught him. What was my past life's first kaiju grade again? D grade. Yulong recalled his memory. The slime hopped left and right on Yulong's hand. New. It created a flexible limb and pointed at itself. You want me to name you? Yulong tilted his head, to which the slime nodded in return. A pained expression appeared on Yulong's face as his naming sense was horrible. He also cringed from now and then, remembering his past self calling Destroyer of Darkness and Hands of God for his kaiju. Wobbly, Wobby. I'll call you Wobby from now on. The slime jumped onto Yulong's shoulder and rubbed its body against his cheek. Yulong poked the slime back. Let's do our best, Wobby. Nyu. Opening his eyes, the sight of a bedroom entered Yulong's vision. He lifted his right arm and rotated it slightly, feeling somewhat sore. The sensation of losing vitality after using Kaiju Maker to make Wobby is immensely exhausting, as if Yulong's body was thoroughly sucked dry. Wait, that last part sounds wrong for some reason. Yulong extended his other hand and summoned Wobby. The slime slowly materialized and checked its surroundings curiously. Adjusting to the room, Wobby looked at Yulong and waited for his order. Yulong pulled a cabinet near his bed and triggered a hidden mechanism, causing the flooring to rise. Several sets of stairs appeared, and torchlight illuminated the path. Bringing Wobby to the underground level, Yulong exposed the slime to the whole new world. After 3 years of helping his father with business and some other things, Yulong built an underground training room. The underground training room is connected to several tunnels, spreading all over the drifting river city's territory. Yulong arrived at the north tunnel, seeing 2 black-robed servants guarding it. The servants bowed to Yulong, opening the tunnel for him. Good job, Yulong said while entering the tunnel. Yulong walked into his research room and told Wobby to wait at the table nearby. Gathering some spatial rings with 100 x 100 cubic meter space, Yulong placed them neatly on the table. Stacks of common herbs and ingredients appeared one after another. Absorb these herbs, Yulong commanded Wobby. Wobby nodded and enlarged its body slowly, enveloping the herbs and ingredients. The slime has 6 abilities Yulong picked meticulously. The reason behind such a decision was to help Yulong make better medicine and other things. Absorb allows Wobby to absorb matter into its body. Dissolve allows Wobby to dissolve matter gathered via absorb. The matter is rapidly broken down into its components, nutrients, and energy. Temper allows Wobby to adjust the pressure of the broken down matters or extract. It refines them to much higher quality. As for the size alteration, self-regeneration, and physical damage nullification, these abilities are pretty self-explanatory. Of course, there are some limits. But those limits are okay for now. Yulong added more commands and watched the herbs enter Wobby's body. The herbs dissolved into a pure green liquid. The next is temper. The liquid becomes smaller and smaller, but the pure green becomes deeper. It happened in a matter of seconds, fascinating Yulong. I took several minutes to achieve this result. And Wobby does it almost instantly. Yulong bitterly laughed. He has self-taught himself medicine and the alchemy of this world for over 3 years, but a squishy creature surpassed him instantly. Well, he's also the one who makes this convenient creature. The pure green liquid inside Wobby's body is the heart-opening liquid. However, considering how pure and condensed the heart-opening liquid was, the effect will be much higher. Fetching jade bottles, Yulong told Wobby to fill them up. Staring at the 15 jade bottles on the table, Yulong couldn't help but feel surging excitement in his heart. He drank one of the heart-opening liquids and used the heart-sensing sutra to increase his sensitivity. The world of colors welcomed Yulong, giving him euphoria. Shackles inside Yulong's profound veins are loosened and unlocked. This is. Even my profound veins are surprisingly opened, he commented with a bewildered expression. With the help of immense vitality, Yulong matured his profound veins earlier than others. He also matured with 37 profound entrances opened, making him quite a genius. But he already planned to open the other entrances with the help of Kaiju Maker. Surprisingly, the enhanced heart-opening liquid has such an effect. Yulong frowned. Wait a second. My sensitivity. Gosh, it actually reached the 10-fold threshold. I thought the effect would be twice or thrice much better. It is unexpected. New. Wabi was confused. But then, the slime felt happiness when seeing its maker's expression. Wabi, you're my little treasure. Yulong hugged the slime's massive body as it stayed after altering its size. New. Wabi jiggled joyfully. Having a powerful buddy, Yulong used every herb in the underground warehouse. Not even a blade of leaves was left behind. Storing the enhanced medicine into his spatial ring, Yulong grinned and said, "It seems we have to order more materials later. With Wabi on my side, I don't have to be afraid of losing material in the process. Above all, absorbing all that herb's waste seems to increase your power, right?" Yulong patted the now deflated slime. New. Wabi lazily lay on Yulong's lap. Yulong placed Wabi in his robe and went to the ground level. He was searching for Hongguan. Arriving at the upper training ground, Yulong greeted the beautiful lady again, "Sister Guan." Hongguan stopped practicing, "Young master." Why the excitement? After all, they just had breakfast together not too long ago. Now Yulong returned in a giddy mood. "Hee, try this." Yulong picked the enhanced heart-opening liquid from his spatial ring. Hongguan is confused at first but still follows her benefactor's order. She opened the jade bottle cap, and a rich medicinal aroma immediately invaded her nostrils. Her eyes widened slightly, feeling her profound veins relaxed for a moment. She was curious now. Drinking the liquid, Hongguan sat down and meditated. Boom! 7th level of Spirit Profound Realm. Yulong commented on Hongguan's state. Hongguan has been training diligently under Yulong's shade, increasing her cultivation base steadily. At first, she's nothing but the 3rd level of Elementary Profound Realm. Now, she has surpassed her deceased brother. "Why, young master, what kind of miraculous drug you give to me?" Hongguan asked with flushed cheeks. "Her body feels hot." Yulong chuckled, "It's the improved version of heart-opening liquid. I have a helper who helped me recently. Check your profound veins. You might get a bigger surprise." Overwhelmed by her breakthrough, Hongguan hasn't realized 2 profound entrances have opened. Hongguan was speechless. How heaven-defying. 3 years ago, Hongguan only had 10 profound entrances opened. As Yulong studied more and raised his medical skills, he was able to open more profound entrances through acupuncture, and Hongguan's profound entrances increased to 22. And now Yulong opened her profound entrances again with a medicinal liquid. "Young master, I don't know how to repay your kindness." Hongguan sighed to herself. "Even my body isn't worth much. I just want to compensate Teacher Hong, Sister Guan." Yulong responded while shaking his head. "Also, respect yourself more. You're beautiful, you know." He flashed a warm smile to her. Hongguan's heart pounded as she mumbled, Even then, with this, we are one great step further into our revenge." Yulong clenched his fist tightly. "Yes." Hongguan's eyes shone with deep killing intent. She hasn't forgotten the culprits behind her brother's death. Chapter 9, Leaving the Drifting River City. Chapter 8 A week later. With the addition of Wabi the Mighty Slime, Yu Clan's medicine-making business soared through the roof. Of course, they couldn't sell something like heart-opening liquid because it was a strategic resource now, but some common ones, like cold medicine, antidote, and many others, entered the market. Since the supply is strictly maintained, the Yu clan would gain more income, and none of those watchful eyes from much bigger factions would get their hope high. After all, Yu clan still has its competitors, and those competitors thought they kept this business in check. Not knowing Yulong used them as a form of concealment. The 4 great sects won't directly cause trouble as they don't want to lower themselves to lowly business clans. Yes, the Yu clan's advancement was literally hidden in plain sight for 3 years. Yulong learned this from the memories of his past life, but some of the details were blurry. He knew someone taught him about business and politics, but that person's appearance was vague. Still, no matter how curious Yu Long was, he couldn't forcibly remember everything. So, he decided to wait and let everything flow naturally. At the moment, Yu Long enjoyed an evening tea with his mother. 10 years have passed since Uxin birthed Yu Long, and her beauty hasn't changed slightly. Sipping his tea, Yu Long heaved a comfortable sigh and commented, "I heard third brother finally matured his profound veins. He'd start his profound way soon, but I don't think any of the nearest sects want to accept him, no." Uxin raised her brow and replied, "It seems you're paying more attention to your brothers now. The accident with Yugong must have dealt a lot." My poor child." She stared at him worriedly. "What dealt a lot to me?" The corner of Yu Long's mouth twitched slightly. Although Yu Long has concealed some truth from Yu clan's members, including his mother, only Lily and his father know about his monstrous talent. Lily was a given. She's been a maid assigned to Yu Long since he was a baby. Meanwhile, Yu Zhan won't trust him with business if he doesn't tell the truth. Even though the dignified father doesn't know everything, he can deduct one of the things from the clues. "Oh, father! You actually didn't tell the mother about your son's deed. I don't know if I should feel grateful or not." Yu Long laughed inside helplessly. Uxin stared at her son's darkened expression, thinking he was depressed. She faked a cough and said, "Longer, you haven't gone outside the drifting river city, right?" "That's right." Yu Long nodded casually. There isn't much reason to go out when he could grow strong indefinitely in his domain. Not to mention, Yu Long could acquire ingredients and essence spheres from Yu clan's business and his servants hunting in the drifting Cloud Mountain range. Uxin smiled and added, "Good, why don't you visit your father's friend in the floating cloud city? I heard the scenery there is quite good." "You mean Mr. Hong Ai from the Xia clan?" Yu Long returned with a frown. "Yup, Xia Hong Ai." Uxin nodded. Yu Long wasn't unfamiliar with Xia Hong Ai. In fact, he knew a lot about him. Xia Hong Ai is the father of heroine Xia Qingyu and quite a successful businessman. At the same time, Xia Hong Ai is also a miserable man. His wife left to protect him and their children from divine bullshit. His daughter is cold and no different than an air conditioner. And his son is a pushover with no backbone. Not until he awakened his profound veins. Ah, profound veins and unique constitution. Yu Long's eyes lit up when thinking about it. Yu Long hasn't forgotten about the profound aspects he researched. And no one is a better subject than Xia Hong Ai's children. Uxin noticed her son's excitement and giggled inside. It seems her decision is correct. "Well, mother will prepare a carriage tomorrow. Don't worry about your little business. I will ask your father to handle it." "Mom, my business is running by itself." Yu Long smiled wryly. Even then, he shook his head lightly and replied, "Okay. But I'll bring Sister Guan and Lily with me." "No problem. Those two are your maid, after all." Uxin playfully winked at him. Yu Long. After the evening tea, Yu Long returned to his room and pulled some notebooks under his study table. These notebooks are profound arts he could use to cultivate. He wrote them in codes, which means no one could read them. However, he hasn't chosen which one to practice first. Yu Long wasn't inherently limited like others because of Kaiju Maker. Pondering about it for minutes, Yu Long decided to pick two profound arts that could complement each other. The two profound arts are Profound Arts of Ghosts and Profound Arts of Violet Mist. Arts of Ghost is Yin, darkness, oriented, which could improve Yu Long's spiritual growth. It contained a set of profound skills from movement to assassination techniques. After researching countless profound arts, Yu Long touched upon the taboo that everyone in the upper realm fears, a yin-based profound art, or another known as the devil technique, in this world. On the other hand, Arts of Violet Mist is yang, light, oriented, which could improve Yu Long's physical growth. It contained a set of profound skills from fist to spear technique. This profound art is considered rare but the most orthodox for many people in the upper realm with flawed justice. Using Kaiju Maker, Yu Long knew that yin, darkness, and yang, light, were the sides of the same coin. They coexist, needing each other to grow. Heck, they literally come from a similar origin. Those foolish self-proclaimed gods. Yu Long snorted indifferently. Sitting on the floor, Yu Long closed his eyes and breathed according to the two cultivation arts. He could feel a cold and warm sensation flowing in his profound veins. These sensations convert his vitality into profound strength. Yin energy slowly merged into Yu Long's body and rushed to his head, giving off a non-existent and cold feeling. Yang energy acts more vigorously, rushing toward Yu Long's abdomen and warming his stomach. It gives off a comfortable yet smooth feeling. Two profound arts created ripples inside Yu Long's body, sucking his vitality and circulating it around his veins. Art of Ghost, Turtle Breath. Yu Long's presence disappeared from the room. A veil of darkness covered him perfectly. Yu Long walked to his courtyard and approached a wooden training dummy. Art of Violet Mist. He clenched his hand, and a violet aura rushed out. Yu Long punched the training dummy and fired a concentrated physical prowess, breaking the wooden pole that kept the whole thing in place and launching it away. Bam! The after effect caused the ground to burn. Several meters away, the training dummy was actually reduced to ashes. Practitioners in the true profound realm won't survive that. Yu Long stared at his fist. Too weak. Could be better. Maybe I should fix the direction of the meridian used to increase the output. Yu Long murmured in deep thought. The punch doesn't generate enough heat. Fortunately, there aren't people near Yu Long, or else they'd be shocked by his weirdness. Others struggled to train their profound arts, and he's here making one and then complaining about it being too weak. In truth, the profound art is strong enough to kill anyone below the true profound realm. And Yu Long has not fully utilized it. Oh well, there is still room for improvement. Nothing is perfect. Yu Long shrugged and watched the sunset. Yes, he didn't search for perfection. What Yu Long wanted was constant improvement, surpassing those god arts. The next day, Yu Long wore a new set of clothes. It was a black and purple robe with matching pants and shoes, adding mysteriousness to his youthful and handsome charm. Lily and Hongguan wore green-made outfits, standing outside of his room. Let's go. Yu Long led Hongguan and Lily to the stable area. The carriage has long been prepared for them. Yu Long's mother, Uxin, also waited with some maids. Morning. Uxin greeted them. Morning, mother. Yu Long greeted her back. Uxin giggled and hugged Yu Long. You can stay as long as you want, but remember to write letters for me, okay? Yu Long smiled at her. Entering the carriage, Yu Long and his maids sat down, feeling the softness of the cushion. Uxin is a thoughtful woman. So, she prepared the most comfortable carriage for her son. Driver, any time now. Yu Long ordered the driver. He waved his hand at Uxin and added, to the floating cloud city. Yes, young master. The driver responded, handling the horses. The carriage was gradually pulled away, leaving some dust behind. I hope he can relax there. Uxin watched the carriage leaving emotionally. Chapter 10, A Mundane Journey. Chapter 9 In a moving carriage, Yu Long yawned and lazily gazed at the scenery on the other side of the window. The wonder of the cultivation world is really different from the modern era. There is no pollution, allowing nature's energy to accumulate more. Every breath one takes is fresher than ever. The tall and stretched mountain has the dense lushness of several forest areas. The sky is azure blue, and the river runs on the side of the road, giving off a peaceful look. Yu Long glanced back and saw a paved road. The road is not the best, though. Although his mother has prepared the best carriage possible, Yu Long knew this journey from the drifting river city to the floating cloud city would make him suffer. "Young master, do you want fruits?" Lily asked after noticing his sour mood. Yu Long sighed, "Give me a pear or apple." Hong Guan smiled at Yu Long's rare annoyance. Since they lived under the same roof for 3 years, Hong Guan watched this cute child grow into a handsome youth. He's a very easygoing person and kind-hearted to people he knows. He's also extremely talented in almost all fields, as if nothing can stop him. Yes, literally. As long as Yu Long was interested, he could self-taught anything with enough study materials, whether martial arts, alchemy, craftsmanship, medicine, magic, or blacksmithing. When the young master reaches the coming-of-age ceremony, I'll be too old. Hong Guan thought to herself. There was a hint of pain and sadness in her heart. As Yu Long waited for Lily to cut the fruit, he failed to notice Hong Guan's mood change. "Hey, how long would it take to reach the next city?" He knocked on the carriage and asked the driver. Around 2 hours or so, young master." The driver responded with some difficulty. "Yu Long. This journey is much more boring than he expected." Yu Long shook his head bitterly, wondering why he agreed to his mother's proposition and closed his eyes instead. He cultivated art of ghost and art of violet mist, immersing himself into the inner world. He wants to check his current abilities. 5 senses enhancement. Super sight, B. Extreme hearing, C+. God's tongue, A. Beast King's nose, B. Myriad touch, A. Sensory ability. Profound sense, A. Echolocation, B. Vibration sensing, C+. Devil pursuit, A. Blood mark, B. Danger sense, A. Auxiliary ability. Enhanced regeneration, B. Poison immunity, D. Fire immunity, E. Water immunity, E. Wind resistance, B. Lightning resistance, D. Earth resistance, A. Pain resistance, A+. Darkness resistance, F. Light resistance, F. Thoughts acceleration, A. Enhanced metabolism, B. Inner organs modification, C. Size alteration, D. Photosynthesis, E. Water breathing, E. Combatability. Body strengthening, A. Acceleration, C. Unconventional movement, B. Bioelectricity, A. Poison manipulation, D. Presence erasure, D. Scales generation, B. Steel hawk wings, C. Muscles augmentation, B. Compound claws, B. Threads creation, C. Predator's gaze, A+. Petrification, C. Bone manipulation, D. Igniting blood, F. Smokescreen, C. Rare ability. Improved growth, C. Self-purification, B. Insect voice, A. Insect King's vision, F. Plant control, F. Chimera metamorphosis, A. Illusionist, D. Kaiju synchronization, F. Devoured skill. Weapon making, B. Trap making, A+. Herbology, A+. Medicine making, B. Tool making, A. Metallurgy, C. Medical knowledge, A. Martial arts insight, B. Kaiju. Hybrid water slime, B+. Young master, young master. Lily called him. She pouted and showed him a plate of nicely sliced fruits. Yu Long opened his eyes and chuckled, "Oh, my bad. Thank you, Lily." Lily fed Yu Long sliced apples and pears as their journey to the floating cloud city continued. Munching on sliced apples, Yu Long noticed something different about his maid and said, "Lily, you're on the 5th level of Spirit Profound Realm already. All thanks to the young master. Lily nodded at him. A weakling like her shouldn't be able to cultivate, but her young master created miracles one after another and helped her enter the profound way. She was one of the small group who knew about Yulong's hidden talent, showing how much Yulong valued her. After 2 hours, the carriage stopped at the nearest human settlement. Silver Rock City. Silver Rock City is a middle-class city with over 100,000 people. Situated far northeast of the Blue Wind Empire and around 420,000 kilometers from the drifting river city, Silver Rock City has a cold yet comfortable environment. Yulong and others stayed in the city for a night, renting 3 rooms at the most famous inn in Silver Rock City. Checking up, Yulong brought Wabi to the medicine store. He wanted to see what kind of medicinal herbs or minerals this city had. A minute later, Yulong was unfortunately destined to be disappointed because besides some uncommon herbs grown unique to Silver Rock City, the medicine stores had nothing special for him to purchase. Yulong sighed and went to the blacksmith next, checking for minerals he could use in weapon or trap making. This time, Yulong came with low expectations and ended with a surprise. Silver Rock, minerals abundant around Silver Rock City's territory, actually possess some rare qualities. Using Insect King's vision and profound sense, Yulong discovered that Silver Rock absorbs profound strength and seals it within its core. This process only happened for 5 minutes before the Silver Rock turned into another pretty rock, but Yulong had several ideas for it. Buying a large amount of silver rocks, Yulong told Wabi to absorb, dissolve, and temper the mineral. An hand-sized pure silver rock was completely made. Unlike its impure counterpart, pure silver rock can seal profound strength after making contact with someone. And the effect lasts around 30 minutes or so. Imagine losing your profound strength for 30 minutes. That'd be such a dangerous moment. Of course, that doesn't mean you lost your cultivation base. After being hit by pure silver rock, the cultivators could still fight with no profound strength. Yulong pondered about other usages of silver rock, deciding to use Yu Clan's underground business to supply himself with a hefty amount later. Returning to the inn, Yulong slept soundlessly. The next day, Yulong and his mates continued their journey. They didn't stop this time and arrived at the Cyan Forest town after 2 days. Cyan Forest town is a small backwater town located nearly 200 kilometers west of Floating Cloud City. It is close to the Scarlet Dragon mountain range. It's a crucial route from Floating Cloud City to New Moon City. The distance from the Cyan Forest town to New Moon City is 350 kilometers. Lily, release some of your cultivation when we enter the city. Yulong ordered nonchalantly. Why so, young master? Lily tilted her head in confusion. So, some annoying flies won't disturb us. Yulong returned casually. He wasn't in the mood to deal with small fries. Hongguan's lips curved as she entered the conversation. Let me do it. The carriage entered the Cyan Forest town, and several people already eyed it. Then, Hongguan released some of her cultivation base and scared them off. The people in the shadow shivered as they never encountered the spirit profound realm before. In this backwater town, nascent profound realm is actually considered powerful, talking about frogs in the well. Yulong gazed at the Scarlet Dragon mountain range. If he wasn't wrong, Sky Profound Realm Scarlet Dragon lived there and had a plentiful fire grass. However, what made him interested wasn't that. Inside the dragon nest, there is one kind of godly treasure. Evil God's fire seed. One with evil God's profound veins could use fire seed and obtain unmatched immunity against fire elements. The talent for fire elements will also soar, allowing that person to cultivate any fire technique. Yulong wondered if he could use Kaiju Maker on the fire seed, extracting its essence. Technically speaking, the evil god's fire seed isn't the essence. It's a concentrated law of fire, which means others couldn't use it besides the evil god's inheritor. But Yulong isn't afraid of breaking the restrictions placed by the evil god. Even if he couldn't use the evil god's fire seed, Yu Long could copy the profound aspect at the very least and increase his immunity/affinity toward the fire element. Well, let's break the plot, shall we? Yu Long chuckled to himself. Chapter 11, Stealing the Scarlet Dragon's Treasure. Chapter 10 Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range. It's a mountain range close to Cyan Forest Town. This area is also where the protagonist found a waterfall to train to start from scratch after receiving the new evil god's profound veins. The surrounding area has many herbs, the majority being the demon skull vine and the iron sand vine. One could stimulate one's body, and the other has a refinement value to be an energy recovery pill. The mountain range is vast, with profound beasts becoming more and more ferocious deeper into the mountains. However, this place is also well explored because many warning signs are set along the mountain path, warning people about the high-level beasts. The center area of the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range is a prohibited region because a real Scarlet Dragon resides there. Nevertheless, fortune comes with danger. Inside the Dragon Cave where the Scarlet Dragon lives, numerous fire spirit grass grow because of the evil god's fire seed. Fire spirit grass is a rare herb due to its condition to grow. Using this rare herb, one could refine fire spirit pellet, which could grant fire resistance and induce change to one's profound strength. The fire spirit grass doesn't excite Yu Long much, but the evil god's fire seed? 100%, even the Scarlet Dragon used fire seed to elevate its cultivation base. It shows just how miraculous the evil god's fire seed is. After departing from Cyan Forest Town, Yu Long left his mates and driver in a restaurant. He moved toward the center of the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range and encountered several profound beasts. Those profound beasts ended up as the essence sphere. Unfortunately, these low-graded essence spheres couldn't upgrade Yu Long's ability, so he could only store them inside his inner world. Arts of Ghost weakened Yu Long's presence and turned him into a ghost-like existence as long as he used Breath of Turtle. On top of that, he also used Presence Erasure to make him even more perfectly invisible. Even the star-concealing pill used by the protagonist doesn't amount to this combination. Using star-concealing grass to make star-concealing pill, one could have perfect invisibility for 3 hours. Meanwhile, Yu Long could stay in this state forever. Yu Long leisurely picked up the bones of profound beasts, manipulating them to create a set of armor for himself. Steel hawk wings slowly come out of his back, covering him like a cloak. Let's see if the infamous Scarlet Dragon could sense me. Yu Long placed a bone mask over his face. Yu Long knew he couldn't fight the Peak Sky Profound Realm or even Emperor Profound Beast directly, but there was no way the Scarlet Dragon could stop him. Flying in the sky, Yu Long observed the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range and approached the center area. After several minutes of flight, Yu Long landed outside a burning land and saw a massive cave entrance on the other side of a hill. Yu Long's golden eyes gained several hexagonal patterns as he peeked into the cave, seeing a massive creature sleeping while exuding warm breath. His profound sense explored everything inside, trying to find a blind spot. Let's see. Yu Long cupped his hand and used poison manipulation, pulling venom from his body. A translucent, almost colorless liquid slowly escaped his sweat glands and condensed. Physical deterioration, consciousness weakening, nerve deactivation. He brought his cupped hands closer to his mouth and blew the liquid away, turning them into invisible mist. Yu Long waited, observing the Scarlet Dragon silently. The poison gases slowly inhaled into its massive body. 3 minutes later, the Scarlet Dragon didn't realize it has fallen into a deep sleep. Yu Long entered the cave leisurely, setting traps left and right with the help of threads creation and dust of pure silver rock. What a big fellow! Yu Long commented casually. With a height that reached 100 feet and an entire body scarlet red, like red-hot steel, its enormous wings and tail lit with a blazing fire. The Scarlet Dragon is a profound beast with a noble and pure bloodline, as its presence alone could create a spark. Yu Long couldn't feel the dragon's strength because of the distance a few moments ago, but now he's sure this profound beast is at the 8th level of Sky Profound Realm. It means the Scarlet Dragon should have reached first level of Emperor Profound in 6 years when the plot started. Pure Dragon's bloodline. What a waste if I didn't use it. Yu Long tried to use Kaiju Maker, but the suction force wasn't strong enough to envelop the Scarlet Dragon. Oh, well. He walked to the Scarlet Dragon and made a sharp but extremely thin bone blade. Inserting the blade between the red-hot scales like an injection, Yu Long manipulated the bone to suck the Scarlet Dragon's blood. Drop after drop entered the jade bottle Yu Long prepared beforehand. Thanks, brother. After filling several jade bottles, Yu Long harvested some fire spirit grass before stopping at a small black pebble above an altar-shaped rock. This small black pebble is Evil God's fire seed, and the Scarlet Dragon has placed a mark to alert itself when someone dares to steal its treasure. Yu Long tapped his chin a few times, thinking of a way to remove the mark from the Evil God's fire seed. Nuhu. Wabi appeared from Yu Long's clothes. It landed on the altar-shaped rock and told Yu Long it could remove the mark. Are you sure? Yu Long asked solemnly. Nuhu. Wabi patted itself on the head, showing Yu Long it had its slime's pride. Yu Long chuckled and agreed, watching Wabi placing the black pebble into its body. Wabi dissolved the mark and asked Yu Long to give it a random stone. Yu Long shrugged and picked a random stone in the cave. Nuhu, Nuhu. Wabi pointed its water limb to Yu Long's stomach. Yu Long was amused. Oh, you also want an essence sphere from a fire-type profound beast. Ow! Wabi nodded rapidly. Giving an essence sphere to Wabi, the slime absorbed it alongside the random stone. The random stone and essence sphere merged, having a striking aura and appearance to the Evil God's fire seed. And then Wabi tempered the fake fire seed, adding the Scarlet Dragon's mark on it. Damn! Yu Long was amazed. Nuhu. Wabi jumped to Yu Long and handed him the real Evil God's fire seed. Yu Long poked Wabi's head and said, my little savior. You're the best indeed. Wabi jiggled its body and formed a smug expression as if saying, of course, Wabi is the best, to Yu Long. Placing the Evil God's fire seed into a spatial ring, Yu Long turned around and walked out of the Scarlet Dragon's cave. The profound beast would wake up in a day or 3, not noticing his greatest treasure had just gone. Oh, wait! Yu Long halted his step. The Scarlet Dragon is currently in a deep sleep. Yu Long calculated the effect of his poison and believed the profound beast would awaken in a year or 2. Yes, that's how much Yu Long did not hold back when making it. 2 years is a lot of time. Yu Long grinned and grabbed a container filled with unique scented gunpowder. This special gunpowder was naturally used in the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress's bomb making. He purchased several of these containers 2 years ago, researching the gunpowder to find their weaknesses. Nevertheless, he realized Kaiju alone was enough to trample those people down and stopped researching it. With a plan in mind, Yu Long entered the cave again and scattered the gunpowder everywhere. When the Scarlet Dragon woke up, it would face Yu Long's trap and grow furious. Smelling the gunpowders, the Sky Profound Realm beast will go to the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress and ransack it. I hope you guys can survive this disaster, the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Sister Guan and I still need our fair share of revenge. Yu Long dumped the container outside the cave. Yu Long cleansed himself with self-purification and flapped steel hawk wings, flying toward the Cyan Forest town. Upon returning to the restaurant, Yu Long could see Lily and Hong Guan sitting in the corner with wines in their hands. Young master. They hide the wine away. Yu Long laughed and shook his head, haha, don't worry. You can treat yourself to some nice wines. We just had a long journey, after all. Make sure to stay sober because we still have one drive before reaching the floating cloud city. Waiter, give me something to eat. Yu Long shouted and sat near his maids. Anyone in this room would have never thought this youth recently visited the Scarlet Dragon's cave and stole its treasure. Chapter 12, Floating Cloud City. Chapter 11 Yu Long and his maids enjoyed their lunch. It was nothing fancy, but both maids drank some wine, making the atmosphere more merry. After that, they continued their trip to the floating cloud city. Lily dozed off and relied on Yulong's shoulder, sleeping soundlessly. The same goes for Hongguan as she places her head on his other shoulder. Despite the cramp, Yulong could only smile helplessly. He has already told them to drink in moderation and stay sober as they still have one more drive to their destination. Yulong's nostrils caught the fragrance scent from Lily's body, and his body reacted slightly. His right arm felt the softness of Hongguan's decupped breasts, causing his face to heat up. Thanks to his immense vitality, Yulong experienced puberty earlier and a growth spurt. He looks older than his age, but it also doesn't mean he is miraculously experienced with women. Lily is a charming young woman with a warm and lovely aura. Meanwhile, Hongguan is much more mature. Her body is well endowed and smells fantastic. It would be a lie if Yulong said he wasn't interested in them. After all, they are one of the closest people he wished to protect. God or devil, whatever you were. Give me the will to endure this trip. Yulong chanted and looked down at his little brother. Several hours later, the carriage finally arrived at the floating cloud city. Lily, Sister Guan, wake up. We are here. Yulong heaved a sigh of relief for not losing control. Mway. Lily shook left and right with a droll in her mouth. She looked at Yulong's handsome face and realized her mistake. Why, young master, I actually fell asleep. Please forgive my embarrassing performance. She added, wiping the drool from her face. Yulong shook his head gently, it's okay. Hongguan released an unholy noise and accidentally brushed Yulong's ears with her lips. Yulong's body froze awkwardly. Hongguan opened her eyes slowly and blinked a few times. She blushed hard. Yulong. He coughed and stepped out immediately, hiding the rising dragon in his pants. Let's go. We have to visit the branch before evening. Yes, young master. Lily and Hongguan answered softly. They were ashamed, not realizing something weird with their young master. Yulong patted his chest and stared at the floating cloud city. Floating Cloud City is the smallest city in the Blue Wind Empire. It was so small that it was barely even suitable to be called a city. Even the Drifting River City is several times bigger than this place. Situated in the Far East and the most geographically remote in terms of location, Floating Cloud City is a secluded place. It is actually encircled by mountains and one big river running as the only water source. The population, economy, and even the average profound strength were the lowest of the low. The city's profound strength is so weak that no one has ever stepped foot into the sky profound realm in the past few centuries. Floating Cloud City's residents often mock themselves for being a forgotten corner in the Blue Wind Empire. However, this is also the most suitable place for a protagonist to start his journey. Born in a literal backwater city, from one of the great clans, and most likely to be a cripple who got mocked throughout his life. Talking about the protagonist, isn't Yun clan's bloodline considered one of the divine clan on the upper realm? Their profound handles were the inheritance of the true primordial god. Yulong realized something. Yulong was here to copy Xia Qingyu and her younger brother's profound aspects, but Yun Che's blood might give him more of a surprising topic to research now. He chuckled, expecting some great harvest soon. Why is he so excited? Lily and Hongguan glanced at each other. Let's go to the Xia clan first. My mother sent a letter 2 days ago, so Xia clan's head should have gotten it. Yulong led his mates inside the floating cloud city. And you, park the carriage on the nearest stable. He threw a pouch of profound coins to the driver. Thank you, young master. The driver smiled excitedly. From the weight of this pouch, he could see how generous Yulong was. Staring at Yulong's back, the driver couldn't help but think, as expected of the Yu clan's fourth young master. Yulong and his mates walked on the floating cloud city's main road, gaining the attention of residents. People on the street stared at them in amazement as the floating cloud city rarely has visitors. As described, they believed floating Cloud City was really forgotten by others. "Whoa, what a handsome boy!" a middle-aged lady said after seeing Yu Long. I bet he's not from around here." She slowly licked her lips. "Go away, old hag. Don't even think about pouncing on young meat," a lady in her mid-twenties rebuked. "This is my chance," other lady said excitedly. Meanwhile, the single male pedestrians gazed at Lily and Hongguan with thirsty looks. "Oh my god, look at that young woman! How could someone be so cute? I want to pet and drag her into a dark alley," a creepy uncle said. "Bah, you old bastard!" someone cursed at the creepy uncle. But then, somebody gulped at Hongguan and confessed, "I prefer the other one. That young woman looks cold and more mature. Daeum, I want her to step on me and then insult me. Oh my god, you guys are a pervert. Unlike you disgusting fellow, I'd rather get my head locked between her thighs instead." Another male has a dreamy look on his face. "Hypocrite! Throw him to the river." "Yes, throw him." Yu Long pretends to be deaf, but Lily and Hongguan can't. They are women, for God's sake. Lily and Hongguan stared at the pedestrians and leaked their cultivation base, scaring the living shit of floating Cloud City's residents. So strong. Someone dropped on his knee. "Mommy, please forgive me." Lily. Hongguan. "I forgot some people are beyond saving." Yu Long facepalmed and pulled his maids away before they could slaughter these cultured men. Yu Long admired their boldness. Nevertheless, if they dared to act more outrageously, he wouldn't stop Lily or Hongguan for the second time. "Young master, why did you stop me?" Hongguan put on a smile that's not a smile. Yes. Lily balled her slender hand into a fist. She demanded an answer. Yu Long smiled, "We are here to relax according to my mother's plan. Not for killing people in broad daylight. But if they step beyond your limit, you can finish it silently. Make it clean, though." "Understood." The maid's expression mellowed slightly. After asking for some directions, Yu Long and his maids finally arrived at the Xia clan, or more specifically, Xia Manor. Xia Manor is a massive traditional Chinese house. It was neatly surrounded by brownish-red walls with black tiles. At the front gate, 2 guards protected the Xia Manor. "Hello, I'm here for Mr. Hong Ai." Yu Long greeted the guards. "Can you perhaps notify him about my arrival?" One guard glanced at Hongguan and cleared his throat. "Ahem, may I know who you are?" "I'm the 4th young master of Yu clan." Yu Long picked Yu clan's token from his sleeve and showed it to the guard. The guard's eyes widened in shock. As the guard of Xia Manor, he knew more things than others. The company head Xiaoran gained impressive income over the years, but one clan topped that earnings. Yu clan is one of the biggest business giants in the Blue Wind Empire. Staring at the youth's high-quality robe, the guard couldn't help but swallow nervously. And the purple token in his hand further confirmed his status. "Please wait, young master Yu." The guard smiled politely and ran inside. Unknown POV. I was walking around the Xia Manor's gate, staring at the mundane azure sky with longing in my chest. 6 years ago, amidst a harsh winter, I watched my mother disappear from my sight. She has a complicated expression and is very painful for some reason. She didn't say farewell to father or Yuanba, simply vanishing from my field of vision. The only words she left behind were, "Realm of Gods." "Mother, I wonder where you go." I sighed, feeling very hopeless. I have read many books, but there is no such place as Realm of Gods in the Blue Wind Empire. I closed my eyes and heard a panicked heavy breathing. Frowning slightly, I saw the guard running to my father's office. I was confused. Why did the guard run away? Walking to the front gate, I saw a unique-looking youth. The youth wore a dashing black and purple robe with matching pants and shoes. It's very well suited to the youth's lean physique. He has long black hair tied in a ponytail with some tucked out above his face. His facial features are handsome, with sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, and rosy lips, giving off a mysterious look. But what surprises me the most is his eyes. Those golden eyes are bright and gorgeous under the evening sunlight, containing deep profoundness. They gave me a weird sensation as if nothing could hide from them. The youth finally noticed my gaze. Our eyes meet. And he smiled at me. Chapter 13, Meeting the Heroine. Chapter 12 Welcome to my humble abode, young master Yu. Xia Hongai greeted Yu Long at the front gate. After getting notified by the guard, he hurriedly went out. Not only because the Yu clan is a business clan with prestige but also because its patriarch was his close friend. They have bonded over drinks several times on their business trips. Yu Zhan talks a lot about his children, complaining and praising them when drunk. However, one son stood up more often than others. That son is also the youngest, which Yu Zhan is very proud of. Yu clan's fourth young master, Yu Long. Yu Long smiled and cupped his hand to Xia Hongai. Please don't be too formal, Mr. Hongai. If we use such a tone, I must call you uncle because you are my father's friend. What do you think? Can I call you Uncle Hongai instead? He added calmly. Haha, your father was right. You're indeed different. Xia Hongai chuckled slightly, but he praised Yu Long inside. Any young master Xia Hongai encountered always had arrogance deep in their blood for some reason. However, Yu Long is different. The way Yu Long spoke, topped by his confidence, makes him more of a genuine young master than others. A hint of his nobleness is fresh compared to useless, spoiled kids with no manners and respect for elders. Xia Hongai sighed inside, remembering several unpleasant encounters. He stared at Yu Long's golden eyes and replied, well, you can call Uncle Hongai. But, I'll also call you Nephew Long. Your father talks a lot about you. Is that so? Yu Long was amused. Yes, but let's change the place. Talking here isn't very convenient. Xia Hongai noticed some people watching them from afar. Let me lead you inside. Sure. Yu Long and his mates followed Xia Hongai inside. He glanced at the empty spot where a young lady used to stand and stared at him a few moments ago. And she ran away like a rabbit. Yu Long thought, smirking at the thought of meeting the heroine for the first time. The young Xia Qingyu is more cute than beautiful, which adds to her charm. Entering the Xia manor, Yu Long observed the buildings and nodded at how well placed this courtyard was. The walls are high, not allowing ordinary people to peek inside. One iron rule in this world's business field is not to meddle with profound practitioners. However, this rule is flawed because profound practitioners dedicated almost everything in this world. Strength is everything. So, without strength protection, any business is literally destined to fail. Xia Hongai is a rare businessman. He has the protection of several profound practitioners but never directly intervenes with them. He's like a shadow observer. He appeared warm and welcoming, yet his connection was as deep as the calm lake. Of course, it's not as deep as the four great sects and sacred grounds. Leading them into a gallery room, Xia Hongai ordered some maids to prepare tea and snacks for Yu Long. He sat down and gestured, Nephew Long. Yu Long nodded, sitting down with his maid. Xia Hongai picked something from his sleeve and placed it on the table between them. I've received the letter from 4th Madam, and she asks me to help you when staying in the floating cloud city. It's not a big problem, but I heard you are quite talented in martial arts. He gave Yu Long a knowing look. It's just a hobby of mine, uncle. Yu Long shrugged helplessly. Maybe my father is just exaggerating things. Xia Hongai kept praising him, even if it is just a hobby, you achieved impressive things at a young age. My request is simple. I hope you can help my son. Although my son hid it from me, he wants to be a profound practitioner in the future. Well, he's just 9 at the moment. There are still 5 years before his profound veins mature. Xia Hong'ai sighed, he's a timid, naive, trusting, yet kind boy. So, I wish he could protect himself more than anything. You're making it hard to refuse, you know. A wry expression appeared on Yu Long's face. Very well, I'll help him do some exercise. Deep inside, Yu Long punched the air in excitement. Heck, yet. At first, Yu Long wants to make a random excuse to be close to Xia Hong'ai's children. Yet the flow of destiny helps him and causes Xia Hong'ai to ask for it instead. Many thanks, nephew. Xia Hong'ai bowed slightly, letting out a sigh of relief. It's not hard of a task, uncle. Yu Long returned, noticing someone's presence outside the gallery room. But someone who eavesdrops might want to come in now. Xia Hong'ai heard a little gasp and turned around. King Yu. The door slowly opened and revealed a charming young lady. Her ears are seemingly a little red after Yu Long caught her red-handed. Xia Qingyu is Xia Hong'ai's first child and the heroine of this world. She's 10 at the moment. Her body had just begun to grow, especially in 2 places. Her long black hair let loose, stopping just right below her shoulders. She has a pair of pure black eyes with crystal-like pupils. Her eyebrows are thin, adorably framing her eyes. Her little nose and mouth enhance her cuteness even more. Xia Qingyu wore a blue dress with no accessories. Even then, she still stood out. Qingyu was just passing by, father. Xia Qingyu opened her mouth, trying to make a quick excuse. Yu Long leaned his chin at the back of his hand. You're not very good at lying, aren't you? I am not. Xia Qingyu returned calmly, but Yu Long shook his head at her denial. Xia Hong'ai laughed at the two and said, nephew, let me introduce you to my daughter. Her name is Xia Qingyu. She's slightly aloof but a thoughtful girl. Qingyu, let me introduce you to the son of father's friend. Xia Hong'ai added quickly. His name is Yu Long. He's the 4th young master of the Yu clan. He's very talented. Nice to meet you. Yu Long greeted her with a smile. Nice to meet you. Xia Qingyu responded indifferently. Then, Qingyu will excuse herself. After saying that, she bowed and left. An awkward sigh escaped Xia Hong'ai's mouth. She doesn't mean to be rude, nephew Long. Please don't take her incivility to your heart. I don't mind, uncle. Yu Long casually replied. I'm not that fragile. Maybe I shouldn't tease her in our first meeting. Well, I'd like to rest for now. I understand. Servants. Escort nephew Long to the guest room. He raised his voice slightly. Yu Long gave Xia Hong'ai a respectful bow before leaving with Lily and Hongguan. After Yu Long left, Xia Hong'ai stared at the ceiling and commented, I've never seen my daughter so flustered before. This is the first time we talked after several weeks. Maybe it's a good thing. Qingyu has no friends since Dongxiu left. Uttering the word Dongxiu pained Xia Hong'ai, but he must stay collected and have a firm heart. He shook his head lightly and lamented, Brother Jean, your youngest son is exceptional indeed. Walking behind Xia Manor's maid, Yu Long has an amused expression plastered over his handsome face. Maybe this trip won't be so boring after all. He thanked his mother for proposing the idea of going here. Your mood is much better than before, young master. Lily couldn't help but point out. Is it because of the young lady Xia? Yu Long waved his hand and lied as he breathed, well, not really. She's definitely the type of person I haven't encountered before. But that's it. Yet you tease her. Hongguan squinted her eyes. Are you doubting me, Sister Guan? Yu Long puffed his cheek, acting like a wronged younger brother. Humph. I can't win against you in conversation, hey. Hongguan swayed her head away. Meanwhile, on the other side of Xia Manor, Xia Qingyu entered her room and locked the door. She jumped onto the bed and lightly hit the pillow a few times in frustration. She's still a young girl at the end of the day. What was that guy? She buried her head on the pillow. How did he notice me eavesdropping? I never felt like this. It was so irritating. Unknown to Xia Qingyu, her newfound frustration would grow into curiosity and fascination. Chapter 14, Training Heroine's Brother, Xia Yuanba. Chapter 13 After settling down at the Xia Manor, Yu Long slept for 4 hours before something woke him up. Nuhu. Wabi rubbed its head against his cheek. You know, I was pretty tired. Yu Long sighed, patting the slime. Ow. Wabi bounced left and right. He fed Wabi with a water-attributed essence sphere and jumped from his bed, stretching slightly. How quiet! He commented, not hearing any sounds in the Xia Manor. Yu Long grabbed his coat and walked out, seeing a bright white moon beaming up the courtyard near his room. He searched for a comfortable place and sat down on a rock, enjoying the view of a starry night. 10 years have passed since Yu Long reincarnated in this world. He became more accustomed to the cultivation world's culture, fully embracing it thanks to his family and companion. Several deep thoughts about what he should do in the future flashed momentarily, causing Yu Long to laugh helplessly. I shouldn't overthink it. Yu Long expected something outrageous to happen sooner or later. His literal existence would definitely cause a butterfly effect. He closed his eyes and cultivated the arts of ghost, utilizing the yin element from the moon. His presence becomes colder and less pronounced as time passes. After an unknown time, Yu Long noticed the noise of one's step. It was light and somewhat clumsy. Oya, Oya! Young lady Xia, what are you doing there? Yu Long turned around and grinned at the girl in red pajamas. Xia Qingyu froze in the open hallway. She looked at the courtyard and saw Yu Long sitting on the ornamental rock. It's not your concern. She coldly replied, walking even faster to avoid him. Yu Long shook his head gently, that was colder than I expected. Then, again. We aren't that close. Xia Qingyu stomped her foot against the floor. She was thirsty and wanted to grab a glass of water in the kitchen but met with that irritating fellow instead. She quenched her thirst and brought a pot full of water so she wouldn't have to come here again. Walking in the hallway where Yu Long spotted her, Xia Qingyu couldn't help but check the courtyard to see if Yu Long was still there. He should have returned to his room. Xia Qingyu sighed in relief. Do you miss my handsome face or something? Yu Long's head suddenly popped out from the open hallway's railing. Kaie! Xia Qingyu was spooked. She threw the pot in her hands away, which Yu Long caught without spilling anything. Yu Long smoothly placed the pot back in her hands and commented with a chuckle, oops there, you almost dropped that, haha. Well, I'm done here. He patted Xia Qingyu's head, tidying her scattered black hair. Have a nice night, young lady Xia. Xia Qingyu stared down at the pot of water in her hands. There is no ripple as if she didn't throw it earlier. She stared at Yu Long, who disappeared on the corner, and frowned, just who is he? The next day, Yu Long woke up in perfect condition. After changing his clothes, he went to the courtyard and started doing exercises to stretch his tight muscles. Several workouts finished quickly, leaving Yu Long with slightly damp clothes. He entered a lotus position and placed his hands on the abdomen. The ultraviolet light from the morning sun bathed his body, triggering a change in his vitality. Arts of violet mist. Warm currents flowed to all of Yu Long's limbs and strengthened them. And Yu Long felt his strength increase quite a bit. Second level of elementary profound realm. Yes, Yu Long just had a breakthrough. At elementary profound realm, strength, speed, and senses are above ordinary living beings. However, for Yu Long, who had long exceeded ordinary living beings, this was an insignificant increase in force. Well, Yu Long can't complain. Progress is progress, regardless of how little or significant they are for his growth. I have gained the balance of yin and yang elements. It seems last night's cultivation session wasn't that bad. Yulong recalled Xia Qingyu's shocked face. He burst out laughing, feeling a little bad for startling her. Cough. Cough. Someone faked a cough, trying to gain Yulong's attention. Uncle Hong Ai. Yulong spotted Xia Hong Ai and a bricked youth behind him. Morning, and this fellow is? He's my son I talked about yesterday. Xia Yuanba, and he's 1 year younger than you. Xia Hong Ai answered calmly. Yuanba, this is Yulong, the son of father's friend. He's very skilled in martial arts, so I hope you can learn 1 or 2 from him. Greet him. He added with a smile. Very skilled, hey. Yulong saw Xia Hong Ai in a completely different light now. Morning, big brother Yulong. Xia Yuanba timidly greeted, bowing his head rapidly like a chicken. It makes Yulong feel awkward. And here is why. Xia Yuanba is a muscular youth around the same height as Yulong, who's 4'9" or 154 centimeters. He has short, messy black hair and an innocent face. He wore a blue and black martial robe, but these clothes couldn't hide his muscles, especially his arms. Anyone would have never thought this youth was only 9 years old. The only childlike appearance is his face. Yulong observed Xia Yuanba with Insect King's vision and profound sense and commented internally, as expected from the possessor of the tyrannical emperor's profound veins. Due to some innate energy within his body, Xia Yuanba is nothing short of a miracle. His bones are thrice as hard as kids of the same age. His muscle tissue is denser. And lastly, his blood is filled with vitality. These factors alone make Xia Yuanba a natural-born fighter. After recovering from the shock, Yulong waved his hand casually and responded, just call me Big Bro or Brother Long from now on. Then, Big Bro. Xia Yuanba smiled brightly at him. Ah, so bright. Yulong squinted his eyes. Xia Hong Ai felt proud of himself when Yulong didn't mind his son's timidness. Learn well, Yuanba. He patted Xia Yuanba's shoulder with a chuckle and then walked away, leaving them alone in the courtyard. He really dumped his son to me. The corner of Yulong's mouth twitched slightly. Yulong stared at the muscular youth and said, I don't know much about your current condition. So, we will start from the basics. Run, Yuanba. Start running as if your life depends on it. But. Xia Yuanba panicked. I said run. Yulong pulled a sword from his spatial ring, starting to chase the muscular youth. Xia Yuanba ran away from Yulong, circling around the Xia Manor for several hours. They did a cat and mouse chase until noon when Xia Yuanba spent all his stamina and dropped to the courtyard. A cloud of dust flew everywhere as the sweaty youth fainted. Such immense stamina! Yulong stared at Xia Yuanba with an amused expression. He looked around and dragged Xia Yuanba under a big tree with shade. He created a small needle with his bone and secretly collected some drops of Xia Yuanba's blood. He also recorded the muscular youth's profound patterns to research the aspect of the tyrannical emperor's profound veins. Ugh! Xia Yuanba slowly woke up. He sat on the grass and rubbed his head painfully. Wake up already! Yulong grinned at the muscular youth. He handed him a muscle recovery medicine and added, Here, drink this. Your body will feel a lot better. Thank you, Big Bro. Xia Yuanba nodded, drinking the medicine without doubting Yulong. As Xia Hong Ai said, he's a very trusting child. Aren't you mad at me? Yulong asked. It's just a simple question to loosen up the mood. Xia Yuanba shook his head a few times and replied, No. I'm not mad at all. I know to become a martial artist, I must work hard. When I become powerful enough and can cultivate, I'll protect my father and older sister. Is that so? Yulong chuckled at Xia Yuanba's simple yet challenging goal. After all, the heroine is almost the source of every problem in the cultivation world. You're a good kid, Yuanba. Funny, big bro. You're only 1 year older than me. Xia Yuanba giggled, patting dust from his body. Aren't you a kid too? Yu Long gazed into the distance, haha, I wish. Not long after, Yu Long and Xia Yuanba became friends. Not far away, Xia Qingyu observed Yu Long and Xia Yuanba from a bush. She has been doing this for hours, from when Yu Long chased Xia Yuanba to this amiable moment. She also overheard Xia Yuanba's words about protecting her, which caused the cold girl to smile. Xia Qingyu stared at Yu Long's relaxed expression and mumbled, maybe. Maybe he isn't that infuriating. Chapter 15, Profound Aspects Surprising Result. Chapter 14 3 weeks later. Yu Long's daily life in the Xia Manor is excellent. Every day, he'd stay till midnight and train arts of ghost, raising his affinity toward yin, darkness element. Sometimes, Yu Long met with Xia Qingyu when the moon hung in the sky, making them closer despite the initial coldness. Of course, this doesn't mean the heroine would take the initiative to talk with Yu Long. Even after weeks, she's still aloof as ever. Yu Long had never seen Xia Qingyu smile, and his teasing only caused her to be flustered. Although it was great to see her cutely avoiding him, her acts at such a young age made him helpless. After that, Yu Long slept until morning. In the morning, Yu Long trained arts of violet mist and counteracted his yin, darkness element with yang, light element. And 3 weeks of casual cultivation has allowed him to break through 5 more times. Yes, Yu Long is currently in the 7th level of elementary profound realm. Although his strength didn't increase much, Yu Long's understanding of the profound way is several times better. There was something that books couldn't explain, after all. It is better to walk 10,000 miles than read 10,000 books. Maybe Uxin's decision to send Yu Long to the floating cloud city works wonders. He should experience more journeys than locking himself in the underground library. After his cultivation session, Yu Long observed Xia Yuanba exercising to build his foundation for cultivation. He has made an exercise method to help the muscular youth squeeze his overloaded vitality out. Xia Yuanba might be tired, but he'd feel great shortly after. The benefit of having large vitality is that Xia Yuanba's profound veins might mature earlier. It also confirmed Yu Long's theory. Why did people in the upper realm cultivate earlier than people in the blue polar star? The answer is the energy density up there is several times better than in this place. Their profound veins are bound to mature faster because of overflowing vitality, allowing them to start cultivation at age 7 or younger. But everyone has their talents and fortuitous encounters. Some are born lucky, and some aren't. The situation of primal chaos is dangerous. Living in the blue polar star, far away from the divine realm and on the corner of the universe, is better for safe development. Above all, blue polar star has many legacies compared to the so-called realm of God's people who gatekeep theirs. Anyway, back to the topic. The heroine's little brother used to hesitate to call Yu Long big bro and was embarrassed. However, now, when he spots Yu Long anywhere, he starts shouting and waving at him. As much as Yu Long was annoyed by Xia Yuanba's antics, he couldn't do much about it. Talking about Xia Yuanba's antics, Yu Long finally met the protagonist because of him. Yup, the Against the Gods protagonist, Xiao Che or Yun Che. Still, this Yun Che is much more confident than Yu Long remembered. Yun Che probably hasn't realized that his profound veins are purposely broken. Soon, the protagonist will get condemned by the entire city, his clan, and his peers. The title cripple will become his sooner or later. And they will hate him even more when the engagement with Xia Qingyu is maliciously publicized. Even then, Yu Long didn't meddle too much with Yun Che. Xia Yuanba only introduced them to each other for a brief moment and then disappeared with the protagonist to play around somewhere. After collecting Yun Che's blood, Yu Long left the protagonist alone. If fate works as intended, Yun Che will die because of poison and get replaced by another Yun Che from another life. It's bullshit, but that's mirror of samsara for you. This heavenly treasure is literally fucked with reincarnation, karma, and destiny. Well, Yu Long pushed that matter aside for now. Yu Long's schedule continued into the evening. He will experiment with his profound way, patterns, and aspects until dinner time. He has made some discoveries already. With the abundant material, Yu Long believed he could copy and implant the tyrannical aspect of Xia Yuanba's tyrannical emperor profound veins. On top of that, Xia Yuanba gave Yu Long a big surprise. It contained a primordial energy that shouldn't have existed in this era, maybe because his mother possessed the divine stainless body. The divine stainless body allowed someone to possess pure primordial energy, but only women could have this unique constitution. While the primordial energy couldn't be absorbed by others. The infant born within such a body would exist together, with the pure primordial aura from the moment it comes into existence. Even if the infant's potential would be far from comparable to the gods born amidst the primordial energy at the beginning of the primal chaos, the inherent nature of its physique would be similar to them. In other words, the descendant born from a woman with the divine stainless body will have overpowered talents. Not only do they have overpowered talents, but there's also a significant possibility for them to have a unique physique or even an already extinct variant physique. The first child of descendants born would have an especially astonishing talent and physique. Xia Qingyu is an example. Even though the following child will have less primordial energy, they would still be incomparable to ordinary people. Yu Long could trace everything back with his Kaiju Maker with some fewer details. Still, he was sure Xia Qingyu had 90% of the primordial energy in her mother's womb, and Xia Yuanba got the rest 10%. Yu Long tried to replicate primordial energy in the past 3 weeks but bore no result. He knew Kaiju Maker could do it, and an invisible barrier prevented him from doing it. That invisible barrier is his incomplete past life's memory. Besides obtaining the pattern of the tyrannical aspect from Xia Yuanba, Yu Long also attained the manifestation aspect of Yun clan's profound handle from Yun Che's blood and the Scarlet Dragon aspect from the Scarlet Dragon's blood. Kaiju Maker gave Yu Long's capacity to sense and crystallize things to a subatomic level. The secret of one's blood, or more precisely genetic codes, is nothing to him. The next step is to copy. All Yu Long needed was to implant the pattern of these aspects to someone, granting that person with a similar perk possessed by the sample. Increase in cultivation speed and physical prowess. Spiritual manifestation. Physical manifestation. Pure-blooded dragon's strength and fire. Everything is possible now. Yu Long originally planned to implant an essence sphere in others but later discovered the essence spheres rejected anyone without Kaiju Maker. And he discovered it in a bloody way, watching the scummy bandit's body explode into blood mist. The only way to give someone Kaiju's power is by having that person die and turn into an essence sphere and combine it with another essence sphere, completely turning humans into half Kaiju. Unfortunately, this procedure isn't feasible because the essence sphere of humans contains not only memories but also their dying spirit. This dying spirit makes it hard to fuse with other essence spheres. Profound Beast's essence sphere is easier to handle because their minds don't mature until they gain wisdom, like the Scarlet Dragon. Yes, the source of the problem is Yu Long's mastery over Kaiju Maker is far from enough. He awakened his power 1 year more than in his previous life. Thinking about it makes Yu Long depressed. Yu Long sat on his bed, adjusting his physical and mental condition to their peak. He inhaled a lot of oxygen and blew it out a few seconds later. Yu Long raised his right hand, creating a vortex of color. Gold, white, and scarlet colors intertwined above his palm. It emitted a mysterious atmosphere. These are the aspects Yu Long discovered so far. Phew! As Mario said, here we go. Yu Long slowly brought his right hand into his chest and pushed the vortex inside his body. Crack! His bone cracked upon contact with the vortex. His muscles bulged, squirming like worms. His blood boiled, gaining a red hue. Keep it down. Yu Long gritted his teeth, feeling every inch of his body change quickly. Suddenly, Yu Long's head burst with wonders as the manifestation aspect opened a new realm for him. Yu Long rolled his eyes and seemingly fainted. His veins exploded and painted his clothes with redness. Several hours later, Yu Long's body slowly adjusted to the new changes added by the aspects. A gentle white light covered his body. Nuhu. Wabi appeared from Yu Long's inner world. The slime stared at its maker and tried to wake him by nudging its head against his cheek. Sizzle. The wood floor released a sizzling noise. Nuhu. Wabi felt threatened and stepped back. An ethereal humanoid figure appeared above Yu Long's body, hovering silently. It possesses a muscular physique and is thoroughly covered by layers of faint scarlet dragon scales. Its facial feature is hidden by thick mist, but there is a black sword mark on its forehead. Wabi stared at the humanoid figure and trembled. Nuhu. Master. Yu Long opened his eyes, revealing a pair of slitted golden dragon eyes. He shook his head a few times and got a headache, feeling an extra weight on his consciousness. He glanced at the humanoid figure behind him and shouted, "What the fuck? This is..." Stand. Chapter 16, The Overpowered Manifestation Aspect. Chapter 15 Yu Long gazed at the muscular humanoid with a dumbfounded look. He could feel his connection with it, and put it bluntly, it was an extension of his will. Unlike the one in JoJo, Yu Long's let's call it stand, for now, doesn't come into existence due to a mysterious meteor falling from the sky. It was a manifestation of Yu Long's previously blank aspects. After adding tyrannical, scarlet dragon, and manifestation aspects into his body, a spirit that no one has ever seen before was accidentally created. The source of this manifestation is probably Profound Handle from Yun clan's bloodline. Although Yu Long doesn't recall the Yun clan from the upper realm before, this phenomenon answers it without a doubt, as they actually inherited the power of the primordial god. Profound Handle allows physical, spiritual, and godly manifestations to appear in reality, as the protagonist Yun Che once demonstrated in an upper realm tournament by manifesting several divine beasts, bloodlines or a will left behind in his body, with this innate ability. Yu Long didn't have those divine beasts' bloodlines or wills, shaping the stand with tyrannical and scarlet dragon characteristics he got from Xia Yuanba and the scarlet dragon instead. Although Yu Long hasn't found the genuine answer, his speculation seems accurate. This stand is a combination of spiritual and physical manifestations of his aspects. Yu Long tried to command his stand around, and the muscular humanoid image hovered around to follow his order. It starts with a cup of coffee on the table, and continue by phasing through solid objects like walls. After that, the stand starts posing like a bodybuilder and increases its muscle mass several times. It also generates sturdy scarlet-colored dragon scales and a bright fire. Last but not least, the stands could project a spiritual attack on one's spirit. Yu Long was excited by this discovery. He jumped from his bed and ran away to the nearest forest, wanting to test this stand of his even further. One girl in particular followed Yu Long secretly from behind, wondering where he was going. And what's he going to do? Yu Long arrived at the edge of a lake, summoning his stand again. It releases intense pressure and ignites the air, creating a spark left and right. Yu Long ordered the stand to punch the air, and it followed. Boom! The stand pulled his right and punched the air. A vacuum was instantly created and blew the lake, causing a pillar of water to rise high. Yu Long frowned slightly. Keep going. He estimated the power of his stand by testing its limit and realized the strength was around the same as his. No, maybe 50% more, but that's it. If Yu Long used the cultivation realm as the measurement, this stand should be around the peak Earth Profound Realm or first level of the Sky Profound Realm. Use your ability. The stand nodded and lifted its right hand, summoning a burning scarlet fire. An image of a tyrannical dragon appears for a second and pounces on the lake. Kaboom! The lake literally evaporated. A new surge of water flowed down from the mountain and replenished the charred crater slowly. Yu Long's mouth was wide open. This strength is too exaggerated. But then Yun Long noticed the weakness of this stand as he fell on his knee and felt extremely tired. All his stamina and mental energy seemingly sucked dry. Fuck, no wonder it was so strong. Yu Long cussed under his heavy breathing. How many multipliers was that? Yu Long adjusted his breathing, watching the stand slowly disperse into thin air because he didn't have enough energy to use it. Oh well, a new mystery to tackle. Yu Long couldn't help but grin at the stand potential. However, calling it stand is bizarre. It's more of incarnation or some sort, after all. It needs a more fitting name. Stand? It's good Yu Long doesn't want to butcher JoJo completely. Martial soul or martial spirit? Nope, another story has it already. Primordial avatar? Meh, too mouthful. Whatever, I'll call it profound incarnation for now. Adding anything with profound is the way of this world. After naming the newfound discovery, Yu Long consumed some essence spheres to recover his stamina and mental energy. These essence spheres were too low grade to increase his ability, but they were a great supplement for his recovery. Who is there? Yu Long turned around as he sensed a movement behind bushes. He frowned and pulled out a bone spear, approaching the bushes. Get out of there! I know you were spying on me. He coldly said, but no response came from the bushes. No response, hey? Then, don't blame me for not sparing you. Yu Long's killing intent soared as he stabbed the spear into the bushes. Kkaa. A girl's squealing noise echoed in the forest. Yu Long felt his spear graze someone and reach the ground. He yanked the bushes away and saw Xia Qingyu in a messy appearance. Her beautiful blue dress was slightly ripped on the shoulder area and full of mud on other parts. A shallow cut appeared on Xia Qingyu's now bloodied skin. Ha, young lady Xia! Yu Long said in surprise. Did you see my secret? Xia Qingyu slowly nodded her head, looking down at the ground. She was terrified and shivered like a wet dog. Yu Long's expression turned cold. You do know that I can't let you away with my secrets, right? I am sorry, I will not tell anyone. Xia Qingyu replied with a stutter. Pfft, as if I believe you. Yu Long snorted indifferently. I'd rather get rid of you right now and make some excuse for Uncle Hong Ai later. Xia Qingyu's body shivered even more. She panicked as she bit her lips to think of a solution to this problem. She gritted her teeth and stared at Yu Long's menacing golden eyes. The eyes gave her a dominating feeling. She has seen many profound practitioners before. However, none of them are as strong as Yu Long. Ignoring her bleeding shoulder, Xia Qingyu bowed on the ground and smacked her forehead against the mud. Please don't kill me. Sob. Sob. Xia Qingyu's eyes welled up with tears. Although she was only 10, she regretted many things in her life. I haven't been filial enough to my father. I also haven't been a good sister to Yuanba. And my mother. I don't want to die. I don't want to before meeting her again. Please don't kill me. I guess she wasn't emotionless after all. Only when Xia Qingyu met Chu Yueli and got recruited by the frozen cloud Asgard did she become coldly unbearable. Yu Long thought while looking down at the messy heroine. Unknown to Yu Long, Xia Qingyu's heart of snow-glazed glass started awakening because of him. It was only a portion of the real one, but Xia Qingyu was surely affected. Fine. Yu Long heaved a sigh helplessly. I'd not kill you. But remember your words well. Be a good girl from now on, and don't snuck around like this. Curiosity kills cats, people say. You're lucky I'm not a serial killer or a pedophile. Here, drink this. Yu Long handed a healing medicine to Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu lifted her head and stared at the jade bottle in Yu Long's hand. Taking the jade bottle, she nodded and drank the liquid inside. It's so bitter. However, Xia Qingyu could feel her body warming up. After that, Xia Qingyu fainted on the ground. Yu Long picked up the fainted heroine and brought her on his back. At the same time, Yu Long also took some of her blood and the patterns of her unique physique. There is also another pattern in Xia Qingyu's mind, but Yu Long didn't dare to approach it directly. Walking out of the woods, Yu Long sensed several profound practitioners approaching the lake, probably checking the source of the explosion earlier. He shrugged and erased his presence. They wouldn't find anything besides a bigger lake there. Yu Long leisurely walked into the Xia Manor through the backyard and felt Xia Qingyu lean her cheeks on his shoulder. He walked to Lily's room and knocked on the door. "Lily, I need you to do something for me." Lily opened her door. "Oh, young master. What do you need?" She looked at the dirty Xia Qingyu and commented, "Did you finally decide to kidnap her?" Yu Long's mouth twitched as he flicked his maid's forehead. Ouch! Lily covered her forehead, feeling wronged by her young master. "That hurts." Yu Long shook his head lightly and replied, "Clean her up. After that, put Xia Qingyu in her room." He handed the heroine to his maid. "Bye, I want to take a nap." He walked away, waving his hand like nothing ever happened. You should be honest about yourself, young master." Lily sighed, completely misinterpreting her young master's intention. Looking at the dirty Xia Qingyu in her arms, the maid smiled and added, "Well, I can only follow his order." Chapter 17, The Heroine is a Stalker. Good night, see you soon. Also, don't forget to give this story power stones. Chapter 16 Xia Qingyu POV. I've been watching Yu Long for 3 weeks now. Many things can describe this youth, but above all things, one word struck me the most. Bizarre. Unlike the youth of his age, Yu Long didn't fawn or seem attracted to my charming appearance. It was weird because only father and Yuanba have such a character. Well, they are my family. And I didn't trust anyone besides my family. Yu Long is a youth of many talents. One day, I watched him talking with Xia Manor's gardener. They seemed to have a conversation about herbs naturally grown near the floating cloud city. The next day, I watched him help the blacksmith near the floating cloud city and even made weights for my brother's training. I couldn't tell if the weights were really made amazingly or not, as I don't have such expertise, but the owner of the blacksmith praised Yu Long highly. Just when I thought I had seen enough, Yu Long broke my common sense as he kept doing bizarre things over the weeks. He visited the barns, feeding cows and chickens. He saved some farmers by giving them some concoctions to get pests away. He taught grandmas how to knit more efficiently. He hunted small beasts and even cooked them for dinner. I have never tasted such tasty delight in my life. It was my first experience. My frustration about Yu Long slowly changes into bewilderment. Is there anything this fellow can't do? The more I observed Yu Long from afar, the more fascinated I became. Then I realized something. I was actually drawn to Yu Long's uniqueness. However, I noticed Yu Long didn't like attention, just like me. Yes, the talented youth seldom replies about his identity when someone asks who he is. When he answered something, it was the same line of words. Haha, I'm just a kid who is bored. Boredom? I couldn't believe my ears at the time. Just how much time did he have to learn all these skills? I read in the books that some experts, in a profound way, could maintain their youthfulness in a certain realm. Still, I denied this thought because father introduced me to Yu Long when we met for the second time. He's the 4th young master of the Yu clan. And the youngest son of the Yu clan's master. His identity is confirmed, but it also left me confused. After all, Yu Long is 10 years old. There is no way Yu Long learned since he was in the womb, no? That would be ridiculous. Yet, this pushes my curiosity to grow even more. Then, my curiosity got me in trouble. Just like any other day, Yu Long finished training my brother. He seems to be satisfied with Yuanba's growth. After that, Yu Long went to his room and rested for a couple of hours. I was bored, so books became the device to avert my attention. The temperature in my room rises slightly, which makes me frown. I have sensitive skin, so I noticed this change quickly. How weird. It is not the season where such heat affects the Xia manner. Walking out of my room, several servants gossiped about Yulong's room being warmer than usual. I raised my eyebrow and decided to visit his room. The thought of him being in trouble flashed in my mind, but I shook my head. That shouldn't be possible. When I was about to knock on Yulong's room, I hesitated. What if he doesn't want to see me? What if he's fine? I stood there and was deeply trapped in my puzzling thoughts, not realizing hours had passed. I steeled my heart and decided to greet him. Yes, greet him. It's normal to greet someone, right? And Yulong's somewhat confused and surprised voice echoed from the other side of the door. My head froze as I instinctively ran away to the corner of the hallway, staring at his room vigilantly. Several minutes later, Yulong excitedly escaped his room and visited the forest. As curious as I am, I followed Yulong to the woods. We arrived at the lake I liked to visit when mother still lived with us. Hiding in the bush, I can see a blurry being appear above Yulong. That blurry being was immediately ordered by Yulong to punch the air and create a booming noise. My mouth gaped in disbelief. I was so close to gasping but immediately closed my hand. Such power! Even the most impressive expert I know couldn't achieve what this blurry being does. With a punch, the blurry being creates a loud noise and causes water pillars several meters high to rise. And it's not over. As Yulong ordered, the blurry being becomes increasingly powerful as time passes. The water pillar becomes higher and higher. Finally, Yulong told the blurry being to execute its ability. A scorching crimson flame appeared out of nowhere. After that, an image of a scarlet dragon enveloped the blurry figure in the flame, pouncing on the lake. Kaboom! The lake. It vanished. I could only see a deep, scorched crater left. My jaw dropped. This power! Only the legendary Sky Profound Realm can achieve it. Yulong fell on his knees, breathing heavily. I was worried and wanted to check his condition. I just realized my legs turned so soft due to the continuous shock. They are no different than jelly. After falling on my butt, mud splashed over my favorite dress. Yulong seemingly noticed my presence. He brought a spear out of nowhere, approaching my location. He called and even threatened me to come out. My mouth wanted to utter something, but it was too late. Yulong stabbed me in the shoulder, missing by a few inches as the spear reached the ground instead. Panic overridden my nerves. Cold sweats ran down my back. "Ha, young lady Xia," he said in surprise. "Did you see my secret?" I slowly nodded my head, looking down at the ground. I was terrified and shivered due to his intimidating presence. Yulong's expression turned cold. "You do know that I can't let you away with my secrets, right?" I am sorry, I will not tell anyone," I replied with a stutter, trying to make an excuse. "Pfft, as if I believe you." Yulong snorted indifferently. "I'd rather get rid of you right now and make some excuse for Uncle Hong I later." My body shivered even more. I panicked even more as I bit my lips to lessen the fear. My eyes met with his menacing golden eyes. At this moment, I know everything is on the line. This misunderstanding, I have to fix it somehow. Ignoring my bleeding shoulder, I bowed on the ground and buried my head against the mud. Please don't kill me." Sob. Sob. My eyes welled up with tears. I can't think of any other ways. I become emotional. Something I tried to suppress for 6 years after my mother left me. I poured every emotional baggage. My regret. My wish. I haven't been filial enough to my father. I also haven't been a good sister to Yuanba. And my mother. I don't want to die. I don't want to before meeting her again. Please don't kill me." All of a sudden, I felt something awakened inside of me. Yulong's gaze wasn't as menacing anymore. And I didn't feel panicked or terrified either. "Fine. Yu Long heaved a sigh helplessly. I'd not kill you. But remember your words well. Be a good girl from now on, and don't snuck around like this. Curiosity kills cats, people say. You're lucky I'm not a serial killer or a pedophile. Here, Yu Long handed a healing medicine to me. I lifted my head and stared at the jade bottle in Yu Long's hand. However, I was distracted for a second. Yu Long's figure was suddenly replaced with a massive world filled with unfamiliar creatures. A handsome man stood above clouds with gigantic creatures that could trample mountains and seas easily. Not long after, Yu Long's figure replaced the handsome man. But this time, he was the one who stood above the clouds with one adorable blue-colored water blob. My vision returned to normal as Yu Long's voice brushed my ears. Drink it. I nodded and drank the medicine. It's so bitter. Nevertheless, I feel my body warming up and becoming better. Everything turned dark. I woke up on my bed, feeling a little sore. This is my room. I tilted my head in confusion. Was that a dream? I glanced at my injured shoulder and discovered a small, almost unnoticeable scar. It's not a dream. I screamed and covered my mouth with pillows. Standing up, I saw my reflection in a tall mirror. When did I change into my pajamas? I thought about a scenario in my head and blushed shortly after. Did Yu Long bathe me and change my clothes? Surprisingly, I didn't feel annoyed, afraid, or angry. My cheeks feel hot. My heart is beating so fast. Ah, so embarrassing. What is this feeling? I murmured, patting my chest. Should I visit Yu Long? But it's night already. Looking out the window, the only source of light out there is the moon. Fumbling my fingers around, I slowly crawled into my bed and buried myself in a blanket. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, when we have breakfast. I'll ask Yu Long out and clear the misunderstanding. I firmly said with a smile, hugging my pillow with nervousness. I, Xia Qingyu, have never felt like this before. Chapter 18, Child Make Mistakes. Chapter 17 Yu Long was awakened by a squishing sensation on his face. He groaned and pushed Wabi away because the slime always woke him at 5 in the morning. Well, he requested the water blob to do so. After testing profound incarnation yesterday and handing Xia Qingyu to his maid, Yu Long went to his room and slept like a log. Even though Yu Long's stamina was already recovered by consuming the essence sphere, his mental strength weakened significantly. No wonder he woke up with a splitting headache now. He smacked himself on the cheeks, feeling the radiating pain. Well, another day, another grind. Yu Long sighed and grabbed a water-attributed essence sphere from his inner world. He threw it to Wabi, and the slime jumped to eat it. Nyu. Wabi makes a satisfied noise, rubbing its head against Yu Long's heel. Let's see. Yu Long lifted his hand casually and summoned a bright scarlet flame. As expected. When the profound incarnation doesn't get called out, I can use all the aspects. This includes. Yu Long released an invisible force. It was a black light around the size of an adult's head. And yes, this is a profound handle. Using his will, the black light transformed into a sword, spear, shield, and many others. Yu Long made a weird gesture with his hand, turning the dark light into an AK-47. A smile appeared on his handsome face because profound handle is such a versatile ability. He wanted to imagine a more sci-fi weapon, but his past life's memories were very blurred. But wait. In a way, profound handle is really similar to Green Lantern's ring. Why should he stop with a weapon? What about vehicles? Or a grander thing, like a sun? Unfortunately, if I used profound handle myself, its power depended on my cultivation base. Yu Long sighed helplessly. How strong 7th level of elementary profound realm can be. Yu Long cast self-purification on himself and cleansed any impurities from his body, giving it to Wabi. The slime happily devoured the impurities as it could improve its grade. Changing into fresh underwear and clothes, Yulong brought Wabi into his robe and walked out. Young master. Lily and Hongguan have been waiting for him. Yulong nodded as they strolled to the dining room. Arriving at the room, Yulong could feel an awkward mood in the air. Yulong looked around and noticed Xia Qingye was sitting between Xia Hong'ai and Xia Yuanba. He smiled inside because the heroine was telling the truth when confessing yesterday. A filial daughter and good sister, hey? She's indeed becoming more open than before. Well, this is better, I guess. Yulong pulled a seat and sat down. Xia Hong'ai faked a cough and greeted, "Good morning, nephew." It seems his daughter's bizarre action really shocked him. "Morning, big bro." The same goes for Xia Yuanba, who lifted his chopsticks like a robot. "Morning." Yulong replied calmly. "You too, young lady Xia." Good morning." Xia Qingye let out a small smile. "Also. Thank you for yesterday, young master Yu." "It's nothing." Yulong was confused at first. He thought Xia Qingye was thanking him for sparing her life and the medicine. Lily had a proud expression when hearing their interactions, gaining a weird look from Hongguan. "Did something happen yesterday?" Hongguan asked with sound transmission. Lily giggled and responded, "Hee, let me tell you." As Lily recited her short story, Hongguan's expression flashed with bafflement. She glanced at Yulong, not believing such a thing. Then, again. Xia Qingye is a beautiful girl. And around the same age as Yulong. They are perfect for each other. Hongguan thought, hiding her emotion with a blank look. They have a hearty breakfast, and Xia Qingye sometimes puts braised meats and vegetables on her father's and young brother's plates. It was her way of showing affection despite the lateness. Xia Hong'ai couldn't contain his shock, but at the same time, Yulong could see he was relieved. The person who couldn't adapt well is probably Xia Yuanba. Xia Qingye fed him enough to make 3 people stuffed. Thankfully, the younger Xia has the tyrannical emperor's profound veins. After breakfast, Xia Hong'ai excused himself as he still had work. As much as he wanted to bond more with his daughter, he noticed Xia Qingye actually pushed herself to appear warm to them. It's better to change slowly. Xia Hong'ai might not know the trigger for Xia Qingye's sudden change, but if someone possesses the power to do so, that person must be. It seems I owe brother Jean quite a lot now. Xia Hong'ai stopped in the hallway and recalled Yulong's arrival at Xia Manor. He shook his head and enjoyed the morning's sunlight. I'll go and play with brother Che. Xia Yuanba said, leaving the dining room hurriedly. Enjoy yourself, Yuanba. Xia Qingye waved at her younger brother. The servants from Xia Manor cleaned the dining room. It was fast and efficient. Xia Qingye stared at the maids behind Yulong, witnessing bright lights in their chests. She sighed and put on a serious expression, which didn't match her young age. In the past, Yulong would scoff at her aloofness. Still, today is different. Something about Xia Qingye's aura and temperament is distinct from the anti-social girl he had known for 3 weeks. There is a hint of mystery around her, which puzzled Yulong. Then, Yulong realized something. Heart of snow-glazed glass. When did it get awakened? No fucking way. Yulong blinked a few times. Xia Qingye opened her mouth slowly and said, "Can we talk? Privately. Just both of us." "And why so?" Yulong tried to probe more about Xia Qingye's current state. "There is a misunderstanding we must fix." Xia Qingye answered calmly. Yulong tapped the dining table before nodding. "Lily, Sister Guan." "Yes, young master." The 2 maids bowed and left the room. Xia Qingye's eyes focused on Yulong as she bowed slightly. "I'm sorry for my unsightly appearance yesterday. I shouldn't have sneaked around and put my nose into your secret. As I promised, I won't tell anyone about it." If my mouth ever uttered about such things, then, heaven will punish me. She firmly vowed, leaving Yulong speechless inside. Go on. Yulong gestured, leaning on the table. Xia Qingyu took a deep breath and continued, I also want to thank you for opening my eyes. Yesterday, when I was on the verge of losing everything, I realized I didn't have anything but immaturity and hopeless regret. I overlooked my father's pain, knowing he was similarly pained just like me. I should have known better to be a good daughter or maybe cheer him up. Yet I didn't do any of that. I buried myself in the obsession of finding my mother, which is still important to me, but I won't let it blind me anymore. Yuanba was still young at the time of mother's disappearance. So, he didn't remember as much as I do. Xia Qingyu closed her eyes. He never felt the warmness of a mother ever again after that. That's why he ends up timid and very trusting. There is nothing wrong with these two traits, but I should lead him more as an older sister. You seem to forget something, young lady Xia. Yulong chuckled helplessly. A question mark formed on Xia Qingyu's head. And what's that? She asked curiously. Yulong stared at her and reminded, you're also a child. Child makes mistakes. And it's okay to make one. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Even I made several mistakes in the past. However, from those mistakes, I learned a lot of things. He flashed a grin at her. You're only 10, around the same age as me. Raise your head and don't repeat the same mistakes, or you'll feel immense regret like yesterday. Xia Qingyu raised her head, seeing a warm yet bright golden light in Yulong's chest. Her eyes widened as she had never seen such a pure matter. Yulong rubbed Xia Qingyu's head gently and praised, still, good job for admitting your mistakes. Now, you have many things to learn. He turned around and walked away. As if she were in a trance, Xia Qingyu watched Yulong's broad back and her lips quivered slightly, then. Can you teach me? Chapter 19, Second Kaiju. Want more chapters? Give this story more power stones. Chapter 18 Over 2 months later. Since the incident with Xia Qingyu, Yulong's mood feels sour and complicated every day. After all, Yulong led Xia Qingyu astray from her heroine path, but maybe this isn't a bad thing. She awakened Heart of Snow-Glazed Glass earlier than it should have and even asked him to teach her. What kind of teaching did she want? They are literally the same age. On top of that, it seems he was the one who triggered this awakening. And what can Yulong do? Except blame himself for playing a mysterious and wise character in front of the fucking heroine. Rejecting Xia Qingyu back then would be counterproductive. As a resourceful person and expert researcher, Yulong would rather have someone like Xia Qingyu with the 9 profound exquisite body, heart of snow-glazed glass, and 90% primordial energy of divine stainless body than piles of useless duplicated subjects. He could do many things with Xia Qingyu as his subject. That's why Xia Qingyu became his assistant now, as her learning speed toward knowledge is godlike. Of course, what she learned the most is how to be open about herself. She has grown from an apathetic young girl to a sweeter version of herself that the original story didn't have. Haha, fuck the plot. Aside from that, Yulong also cracked the outer layer of Evil God's fire seed with his Kaiju Maker and comprehended the initial level of fire law. Although it was only the initial level of the fire law, the Scarlet Dragon aspect he owned gained a qualitative change and became a brand new aspect called Crimson Dragon aspect. Yulong could wield extreme fire above Sky Profound Realm now. It helps so much in the field of blacksmithing and alchemy. After staying in the Xia Manor for 3 months, Yulong also increased his cultivation base to the 10th level of the nascent Profound Realm. Not high enough? With Yulong's cultivation speed, how could he achieve so little? The answer is he wanted to uncover the secrets of every cultivation realm. Upon entering the nascent Profound Realm, Yulong could exert profound strength and absorb the power of heaven and earth. The essence of it was to have a connection with the world. Why would Yu Long hurry when he knows the best for himself? With the addition of arts of ghost and arts of violet mist, Yu Long's profound strength is much purer and more refined than practitioners in the same cultivation realm. Thanks to the balance of yin, darkness, and yang, light, elements in his body, Yu Long's foundation is very stable, as he could feel a surprise would happen when he reached the Sky Profound Realm. Sky Profound Realm, Yu Long was curious how it felt to do such a thing without the help of essence spheres and his kaiju. Yu Long also didn't stay idle with his cultivation. He researched more about profound patterns, aspects, and incarnations. The profound patterns are the basis of everything. Nature, elements, energy, veins, and arts are inherently built on profound patterns, with the example of one's meridian and activation pattern. Strictly speaking, if one could master every pattern, that person would be invincible. Not only does profound pattern record one's aspects, but it also could unearth something one has never seen before. For example, profound incarnations. Unfortunately, profound pattern study is like an infinite space filled with wonders. You made one discovery and opened 10 more paths to walk into. Even with Kaiju Maker, Yu Long barely touched the tip of the iceberg. On the other hand, the field of profound aspects and incarnations is more successful. Using Kaiju Maker to decode the Scarlet Dragon's bloodline, Yu Long traced its ancestry and even altered it. Although the altered bloodlines don't have the original Scarlet Dragon's power and fire anymore, Yu Long successfully created entry levels of Yin Dragon aspect, Yang Dragon aspect, Gale Dragon aspect, and Grass Dragon aspect. There is an entry level attached to these aspects. And that's because these bloodlines are artificially created and didn't exist in the primordial era. It was the appearance of a new bloodline, making its potential unknown and undiscoverable until someone decided to explore it themselves. At the moment, only 2 tests, excluding Yu Long, succeeded. Those 2 tests are Lily and Hongguan, respectively. Lily received Yang Dragon's bloodline and Grass Dragon's bloodline, awakening their aspects. Not long after, her cultivation soared to the 4th level of Earth Profound Realm. Meanwhile, Hongguan received Yin Dragon's bloodline and Gale Dragon's bloodline. Just like Lily, she awakened her aspects, and her cultivation erupted to the peak of Earth Profound Realm. These experiments show using bloodlines to awaken profound aspects is actually more orthodox than forcibly implanting them. It also answered Yu Long's question about how divine beasts and gods give their inheritors abilities and perks from some drop of blood. Those divine beings must have condensed their inheritance, energy, power, and profound aspects into their blood. At the same time, Yu Long's research on profound incarnations is flourishing. The manifestation aspect is truly a work of art. It could awaken something it shouldn't and achieve impossible things. At the same time, Yu Long also discovered its limitations. Humans couldn't have more than 3 aspects. For now, that is. Adding more profound aspects means an extra burden on one's body and spirit, ultimately killing that person. Thankfully, Lily and Hongguan don't want tyrannical aspects after he explains its effect. They didn't want to become muscular like Xia Yu and Ba. Women like to be beautiful and pleasant to the eyes, okay? Of course, there is an expectation of this rule. Yu Long is different as he was Kaiju Maker and a literal founder of these fields. Back to the topic, Lily and Hongguan received altered Yun clan's bloodline and awakened the initial level of manifestation aspects. They didn't awaken profound handle like any Yun clan member because Yu Long didn't think it was necessary. The manifestation aspect is the foundation behind this clan's unique ability. Yun clan seemingly has restricted their bloodlines. The profound handle can be inherited by male and female members but can be passed on only by male members who possess the Yun family bloodline. Female progeny can inherit but not pass on the ability. But they would have never thought such an abnormality like Yu Long with Kaiju Maker existed. Yu Long didn't simply adjust Yu clan's bloodline so others could wield it. He also modified its given ability. Anyway, after awakening their manifestation aspects, they also start the sign of projecting profound incarnations. They trained hard, unlike Yulong, who could already use his profound incarnation immediately. So, Yulong ordered them to show him their profound incarnations when they could materialize. And as usual, Yulong's schedule is busy. However, this is also time to make his second kaiju. Xia Manor, study room. Yulong leaned on the table and drooled slightly. Xia Qingyu sat down not far away from him. She has a book and pencil in her delicate hands, writing about the foundation of profound ways based on one's veins and cultivation arts. She has learned a lot under Yulong's teaching. Something other teachers her father hired couldn't achieve. And done. Xia Qingyu finished her daily note, tracing 54 profound entrances in the human body and their efficient circulation pattern. She looked around for a bit and walked to Yulong. She looked at his handsome face and put on a dreamy look. After awakening something within herself 2 months ago, Xia Qingyu started to have an ability to see others' nature and personality. She has seen good souls and many bad ones. For example, many female servants in the Xia Manor desired Xia Hong'ai, her father, because of his deep pocket and wanting to be his mistress. Even though she was only 10, their desire disgusted her. Her father is a loyal man. Even after 6 years, he never forgets about her mother. Compared to them, Yulong's soul is a million times better. It was golden in color and burned like a bright star, releasing conqueror-like might and power to achieve something beyond common sense. So domineering, pure, beautiful, and full of miracles. Xia Qingyu said in satisfaction. She has never been bored when looking at Yulong's soul, even developing an addiction thanks to it. Who would like to see ugly things when something like this exists? Girls like beautiful things, and even Xia Qingyu is no exception. Placing a blanket over Yulong, Xia Qingyu smiled and said, "We haven't eaten anything today. Maybe I should cook for Yulong for once." Xia Qingyu also wants to show Yulong her girl quality. Unknown to Xia Qingyu, Yulong actually wasn't fully asleep. He's floating in the inner world with Wabi, deciding the second kaiju he should make. Fuck, so many options. He released a frustrated groan. Nuhu, Nuhu. Wabi pointed at itself. Yulong smiled wryly, "No, Wabi. No more slime for now." Nuhu. Wabi deflated in disappointment. Yulong sighed and patted the slime. "I will make more slime friends for you later. For now, we need a more versatile and helpful friend." Nuhu. Wabi nodded in understanding. After a while, Yulong finally decided. He needed a kaiju with more spirituality and innate mental power. Yes, something that can make illusions and manipulate psychics' energy. Fortunately, he encountered some profound beasts with this ability in the past. The essence sphere's amounts are enough to make his second kaiju's base. Okay, let's start. Wabi watched its maker selecting several essence spheres and was fascinated by the brilliant color. Vortex appeared one after another, merging into one entity completely. Yulong shaped his second kaiju carefully. And after several hours. Done. A beautiful-looking kaiju hovered before Yulong and Wabi. Chapter 20, A Letter from Home. Chapter 19 A beautiful butterfly flapped its wings before Yulong and Wabi. Its entire body was a very dark shade of blue and over 60 centimeters long. White lines stretched from its antenna to its abdomen, creating this six-starred pattern that ends with its 6 legs. A pair of white glass-like, thin wings around 2 meters attached on its back, giving off an illusionary feeling. Lastly, a black halo of light floated behind the butterfly. Yulong blinked and received information about his second kaiju. Kaiju number 2. Species, Mutant Desolate Bite Hybrid. Grade, A+. Abilities, Telepathy, Innate Wisdom, Micro-Compound Eyes, Thoughts Acceleration, Mental Damage Nullification, Psychic Force, Dream Eater. My lord. A sweet female voice echoed in Yulong's head. Thank you for creating me. Yu Long's eyes widened as he returned, "You have awakened your wisdom already." Innate wisdom. A racial ability Yu Long obtained from a profound beast called the brain-eating beast that devoured other brains to gain knowledge and wisdom. However, Yu Long's second kaiju actually awakened its wisdom without devouring any brain. The butterfly nodded and answered, "I inherited the memory of the brain-eating beast. It was incomplete, but it allowed me to understand human speech, even without telepathy." "Good, good." Yu Long grinned excitedly. Having an initial A and grade showed how powerful this butterfly was. He was anxious his creation would have a problem. "I have decided. From now on, your name will be Yum." "Thank you, my lord." Yum responded happily. "Ha ha ha, I'll depend a lot on you from now on, Yum. Researching alone without anyone understanding me." Yu Long laughed. "Nyu." Wabi watched their conversation with a confused look. Waking up, Yu Long felt a blanket on his back. He shook his head and felt Xia Qingyu walking to the study room with a tray of food and drink. Xia Qingyu slid the door open and smiled, "Oh, you wake up. Let's eat. We haven't eaten anything today." "Sure." Yu Long responded calmly. They had lunch together, and Yu Long enjoyed the food wholeheartedly this time because creating Yum consumes so much energy. Although his vitality isn't directly used to be converted into profound strength anymore, tyrannical aspect requires a certain amount of stamina. That was good. Yu Long wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and praised the food. Is that so?" Xia Qingyu reacted cheerfully. She was happy inside because Yu Long praised her cooking skills. Of course, Xia Qingyu won't tell Yu Long right now. She has many recipes to try. If she told him right now, it wouldn't be a surprise. After lunch, Yu Long brought Xia Qingyu to the courtyard and saw Xia Yuanba exercising with weights. The weights were actually made with high-quality dark steel, which is very heavy. Yu Long doesn't have to be afraid of Xia Yuanba's physical growth because this training won't do anything harmful to his body. Xia Yuanba possessed the tyrannical emperor's profound veins, so his physical prowess would be extraordinary without training. At the moment, Yu Long only stimulated Xia Yuanba's potential earlier and prepared him for a better stage. This continent? No, this planet will not bury his talent. Yuanba, dodge! Yu Long picked a random rock and threw it to the younger Xia. Xia Yuanba's instinct reacted quickly as his entire body dodged from the squatting position to a hop. The rock flew through, missing its target. "Big bro, you almost gave me a heart attack." Xia Yuanba patted his bulging chest. "As if such a pebble could injure you." Yu Long rolled his eyes at this fellow. "What a drama queen! So, how many sets can you do this time?" he asked the younger Xia. Xia Yuanba's face was plastered with a smug expression as he replied proudly, 369 sets. "Oh!" Yu Long tilted his head. "Not bad. Yuanba is going to be an expert in the future." Xia Qingyu stared at her younger brother proudly. But there is a displeasure in her heart. She knew Xia Yuanba was young, but he actually liked to play with Xiao Che from the Xiao clan nearby. If only he played more with Yu Long, his future is guaranteed. Xia Qingyu couldn't help but sigh when thinking about it. It's not that she despised Xiao Che or anything. She thought it was just a waste of time. Then, again, Yuanba is only 9. Xia Qingyu's heart softened. But it's only 369 sets. It's nothing to be proud of. Yu Long scolded Xia Yuanba. "I can do 1,000 sets with less time." Xia Yuanba was speechless. "But we are different. You're a monster." "I'm not." For 3 months, Xia Yuanba trained under Yu Long, and he discovered that big bro of his was a literal freak. How could such a lean body pack an immense strength? They fought several times, and Yu Long wiped Xia Yuanba to the ground without moving much. One move and Xia Yuanba would always find himself kissing the courtyard's floor. Xia Yuanba might have more muscles, but that's it. If Yulong didn't help Xia Yuanba with a concentrated training plan, he'd get confined by his muscular build. Such a mass couldn't move fast enough to react against an incoming attack. Xia Yuanba's goal for the next 6 months is to train the lightness of his step and control his weight. A bird arrived at the Xia Manor and arrived at the courtyard. Yulong recognized the bird and lifted his right arm, allowing it to land. Whoa, so cool! Xia Yuanba's eyes sparkled. Courier bird. Xia Qingyu was also curious, seeing a small container on the bird's leg. Yeah, it's Yu clan's courier bird. Yulong nodded calmly. He opened the small container and took the letter stored inside. After reading the content for a bit, a frown appeared on Yulong's face. Ha! Yulong heaved a sigh, feeling somewhat murderous inside. Xia Qingyu noticed the change in Yulong's mood. She opened her mouth and asked, "What happened, Yulong?" "Sorry, Qingyu, Yuanba. I can't stay at the floating cloud city for too long." Yulong bitterly smiled. "I just got a letter from my father. There is a problem in the drifting river city." "Problem?" Xia Qingyu whispered solemnly. She could only guess, but from Yulong's sudden change of mood, it couldn't be something light. "Can I go with you?" Xia Qingyu hopefully requested. Yulong shook his head. "Unfortunately, no. The situation doesn't allow me to bring you there. Maybe in a week or two. I'll send you a carriage," he added with a slight smirk. "A week or two. Okay. Qingyu, understand?" The girl nodded, not forcing Yulong to bring her along. "Meanwhile, I was away, don't slack around. Especially Yuanba." Yulong sternly stared at the younger Xia. "I won't." Xia Yuanba responded with a salute. "As for you, Qingyu." Yulong trailed his eyes back to the heroine. "I left behind a book in my bedroom. To be precise, under my pillow. You can read it and decide your path yourself." "Well, I can't say farewell to Uncle Hong Ai. Say my thanks to him." Yulong turned and waved his hand. "See you too soon." Yulong's voice echoed as his figure disappeared from their vision. Xia Yuanba rubbed his eyes. "Wow, magic." Xia Qingyu clenched her hand inside the sleeve and thought she was too weak to help Yulong. She closed her eyes. The book. She hurriedly went to Yulong's room in the manor and found a book under his pillow. She took a deep breath and lifted the first page of the titleless book, making her eyes widen in shock. This is How to Cultivate, first part. Outside of the floating cloud city, Lily and Hongguan landed on the mountaintop, seeing their young master standing and facing the direction of drifting river city. "We have an emergency," Yulong said indifferently. "Just a moment ago, father sent me a letter. 60 out of 74 caravans under Yu clan were attacked by profound practitioners. The estimated loss of income is 40% because we didn't meet this month's deal. It was a targeted move without a doubt. Those rats finally decided to move on our grains." Yulong snorted in disgust. "I left them alone for 3 years, allowing them to stand away with breadcrumbs and be silent spectators. Ah, human greed at its finest. What should we do, young master?" Hongguan uttered in determination. "Yes, yes. Lily is full of fighting spirit." Yulong chuckled coldly. "What should we do? We make them learn not to mess with my things." Chapter 21, Foolish Older Brothers. Chapter 20 In a vast sky, a great bird with brownish-red feathers and a wingspan over 7 meters flew above the clouds. A purple-clothed youth and 2 green-clothed women sat on the back of the winged beast, overseeing the land below. "Young master, you are actually able to subdue a peak earth profound realm beast," Lily commented while patting the somewhat rough yet warm feather under her. "How did you do it?" "Yeah, I'm also curious," Hongguan added calmly. After receiving bloodlines from Yulong and awakening profound aspects, the maids feel their young master becomes more unreadable. They would gloss it over in the past because a child's mind works differently than an adult's. However, Yulong has started a step toward adulthood now. His talent grew into an unknown territory they couldn't understand. It's just one of my expertise. Yulong waved his hand casually. You'll know about the truth sooner or later. But for now, I want you two to trust me completely. I trust you with everything, young master. Hongguan let out a beautiful smile. The current Hongguan is different than she was 3 months ago. Her black hair has gained a shade of red, turning auburn due to Yin Dragon's bloodline. And yet, her eyes also become greener, thanks to Glade Dragon's bloodline. Still, Hongguan's facial features and body changed the most compared to those traits. Hongguan's face became more alluring with a touch of healthy redness on those luscious lips, and coupled with her hourglass figure, she could turn an empire upside down. On the other hand, Lily is becoming brighter than ever. Her black hair became silky smooth with faint radiance. Those brown eyes also gained a touch of sun, giving off a warm feeling. In the past, Lily's appearance was nothing special. However, using heart-opening liquid and Yulong's training method cleanses impurities out of her body. Her body might not be as sexy as Hongguan's, but the innocence it gave makes one's heart flutter. Yang Dragon's bloodline and Grass Dragon's bloodline transformed Lily into an amiable lady. Me too, me too. Lily giggled happily. She has watched her young master grow from baby until this very moment. Of course, she trusted him with everything. Yulong smiled inside, thinking how nice it was to have reliable people on his side. He contacted Yum in the inner world and praised the butterfly, good job. It seems your psychic force is not just for show. Of course, my lord, Yum responded somewhat arrogantly. Since she was recently created, she'd definitely do her best to gain more points from her creator. Controlling a mere peak Earth profound realm beast who hasn't formed its human-like intelligence is nothing to Yum. She only has to use Dream Eater to devour its consciousness and order it around with telepathy. She could even control Sky Profound Realm Beast, but it would need more effort and energy. Not to mention, her purpose was more than turning profound beasts into mindless puppets. The great bird let out a cry and descended from the high altitude. Yulong activated his enhanced sight and watched the appearance of the drifting cloud mountain range. His profound sense spread over and mapped every possible route for an outsider to enter Drifting River City's territory. Master, let me do it, Yum said calmly. Using your mental energy on such an uncomplicated act is a waste. My psychic force will map the area faster. A wry smile appeared on Yulong's face at how convenient it was to have more kaiju. First, Wabi took over his heart-opening liquids making routine, and then Yum coveted the scouting chance. Well, he could only feel happy about this. Done, I'll transfer the information. Yum finished scouting and sent the relevant information to Yulong's head. Since they were connected, it was a smooth transfer. On the south of the mountain range, a path is actually connected to the open road. Yulong closed his eyes for a few seconds, digesting the information. And it led to an open road. If I wasn't wrong, that open road should have the route used to reach Windblade Sect. He rubbed his chin. The reason behind Caravan's destruction wasn't as simple as I thought. In the first place, since when did those greedy business owners dare to touch the Yu clan? Hongguan suddenly raised a point. Young master, you taught us that an act is most of the time built on confidence. Without confidence, those greedy business owners won't do this. They didn't know our true power, so they believed a full-blown attack would lead to mutual destruction. Unless they have someone supporting them from the shadows. Lily chimed in. You two are smart. Yulong praised them, laughing in satisfaction. Lily blushed. Young master, you probably thought about this already. Yes, we merely voiced our opinion. Hongguan hugged Lily. Yulong shook his head. No, you two pretty much solved the case. Except the last part. It's not someone, but a section. Windblade sect and Cloud Palm sect near our city have been eyeing our resources for years. They wanted a bite of our pie without any hard work. The problem is, we are in a deadlock, or so they thought. So, they collaborated with other business owners and reaped the benefits. Even in the cultivation world, politics still exist. Yu Long sighed helplessly. At least I could punish them more easily here. The great bird descended even more, reaching the forest near the drifting river city. Several people in dark suits approached the beast, showing deep killing intent. Stand back, this is my pet. Yu Long's voice echoed, making the people in dark suits bow. Welcome back, Lord Shadow. They greeted him simultaneously. The corner of Yu Long's mouth twitched because Lord Shadow induced a cringeness into his bloodstream. He hated how they called him this title, but he couldn't change it either. Influenced by his past life's junior high syndrome, Yu Long formed an organization and named it Shadow Realm. He recruited orphans or someone with nothing to rely on, training them into his loyalists. Currently, Shadow Realm has over 100,000 members, and they are spread all over Blue Wind Empire. Even the neighboring empire has them. It shows just how devastating this world was. Weak people at the bottom of the food chain were literally destined to die sooner or later, but Yu Long took them, knowing he could change them into something else. It's hard to believe a boy initiated this organization 3 years ago, but Yu Long did it slowly. The number of members gained explosive results from 10,000 to 100,000 in its third year after a small kingdom fought a bitter war against a first-rate sect in the other empire. After dismissing the shadow agents, Yu Long and his mates walked to the Yu clan leisurely. Upon entering the front gate, a familiar voice was immediately heard. Fourth brother! Fourth brother, you have returned. A chubby young man entered Yu Long's field of vision. His bright yellow robe and red sash never change, making Yu Long laugh a little. After 3 years, Yu Long's second brother has grown bigger but doesn't mistake his chubbiness for fat. Under that bright yellow robe is nothing but fierce muscles. Yu Gong is now 15. And slightly taller than Yu Long. Yes. Yu Long answered calmly. I heard we have a crisis, so I returned from my journey. Good. Father's mood is worse than ever these days. Yu Gong put on a defeated look. Eldest brother just recently got engaged to a lady from Zhu clan. They met 3 months ago and fell in love with each other. And the Zhu clan also demanded a huge dowry. Oh, what kind of dowry? Yu Long tilted his head. Yu Gong sucked a cold breath and replied, 23% of our annual income. Yu Long. Brew, why didn't they rob the royal family instead? 23% is over a fifth of Yu clan's income, which could lead to the dysfunction of several businesses. They asked for too much. And there is more. Yu Gong scratched his cheek. There is more. Yu Long raised his eyebrows. Haha. Yu Gong laughed awkwardly. You know that the third brother recently awakened his profound veins, right? He had 12 profound entrances open, making him quite a talent. Cloud Palm sect recruited third brother as their disciple and demanded half of our annual income as payment for his enrollment. But the third brother begged father, believing the sect will train him into a core disciple. This is definitely a scam. Yu Gong put on a solemn expression. Oh, you thought. Yu Long. Lily. Hong Guan. Oh my fucking god, I know they are idiots, but not this idiots. Yu Long shouted at the sky. Chapter 22, A Chat with Parents. Chapter 21 Several hours later. Yu Clan, Moon Gazing Room. Yu Long sat on a well-crafted wooden long chair beside his father and stared at the starry sky, giving him a relaxing feeling. It must have been hard for you these days, father. Yu Long commented casually, leaning on the chair. Yu Zhan sighed, yet. Why don't you grow faster, have a wife, and take over the Yu clan's business from me. He smirked at his youngest son. Even though I'm still considered young and full of vigor, I don't mind retiring early. Did you hear yourself there? Yu Long rolled his eyes in disbelief. Yu Zhan chuckled and returned calmly, haha, of course. Out of my 4 children, you're the wisest, the most rational, and the most suitable to carry out Yu clan's future. Your eldest brother is a horny dog who only thinks with his 3rd leg. Your second brother is a glutton, but at least he won't harm anyone because of it. Your 3rd brother is a fool who's more blind than someone with no eyes. Only you, my youngest son, show the qualification of a leader. He rubbed Yu Long's head roughly, messing with his hair. I'm 10, what do you expect? Yu Long grumbled. At a young age, I already noticed your weirdness. You didn't cry as much as other kids. Even when you wanted to pee, you'd cry to call Uxin, Lily, or other maids first. Ignoring Yu Long's annoyance, Yu Zhan kept talking. When your brothers were busy playing around, indulging in our clan's wealth, you planned several steps further and began your study. Martial arts, medicine, business. Yu Zhan closed his eyes. You might hide it, but I know the servants around your mother and me are profound practitioners. They did well covering their movement, but I have met several experts throughout my career. I noticed that the servants' breathing and steps are stronger than ordinary people. Yu Zhan opened his eyes slowly and gazed into his youngest son's golden eyes. In the past, when you desired to take over some business and open new ones, you didn't reveal everything to me, didn't you? You only revealed a part of it to make me agree. Well, something like that. Yu Long answered calmly. Yu Zhan laughed helplessly and shook his head gently. What did I do to deserve such a son? Yu Zhan wasn't a Samaritan. He knew the bad and good things of this horrible world. When he took over Yu clan years ago and sired 4 children with 4 different wives, Yu Zhan knew his responsibility over them would be heavier. Yu Zhan had to gain more money, power, and influence to make them live well. Maybe Yu Zhan was too doting because 3 of his 4 sons grew up very incompetent. And to be fair, he's always spent time growing his business. So, his children's education fell to their mother. As expected, Uxin is the best. Yu Zhan didn't want to play favorites when it came to his wives, as he loved them equally, but his 4th wife was from a humble background, which shaped her character. He recalled meeting her in a small city at the border of the Divine Phoenix Empire years ago. She was a charming lady, growing up under the care of 2 incredible parents. And it seems that care passed down to their son, Yu Long. That's why he didn't pry more into Yu Long's secret. He trusted his youngest son's decision. Stop staring at me like that. Have you gone senile, father? Yu Long commented indifferently. Yu Zhan laughed even more, ha ha ha. Your brat, I'm still young enough to give you younger siblings. Yu Long. Yu Zhan waved his hand and changed the topic. I heard you were doing good in the floating cloud city. Even becoming close friends with Hong Ai's daughter and son. I bet that girl is a beautiful one, isn't she? Thank God, my antisocial son finally has a friend too. He added with a gratification. Tisk, King Yu, and I are just study mates. Yu Long answered sternly. You even called her by the given name, hee hee. Yu Zhan teased his son even more. If this goes well, we might call Hong Ai for an engagement plan. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Yu Long stood up and walked out of the moon-gazing room. And don't worry about my foolish older brothers. His voice echoed in the room shortly after. I'll handle it. After hearing this, Yu Zhan chuckled and gazed at the starry night. One golden star outshone the others and even the moon tonight, becoming the main character in his field of vision. Yu Long, my son. I never joke about the last part. Yu Zhan said with a grin. After this, he has to talk about it with his 4th wife, as she must be happy knowing a girl was close to Yu Long. The next morning, Yu Long woke up like usual. However, he immediately felt the comfortable, familiar bed. He rolled around and took a deep breath. Ah, as expected of my bed, you're the best in the world. He patted the tailor-made bed with the highest quality material he could find. What can he say? Quality sleep gives Yu Long more energy. Tidying the bed cover, Yu Long stretched his muscles and summoned his kaiju. Wabi and Yum appeared from thin air, staring at their maker. Here, your sustenance. Yu Long handed them an essence sphere each. Nuhu. The slime excitedly devoured the sphere. Thank you, my lord. Yum controlled the essence sphere with psychic power and brought it to her mouth. It's nothing. You two are my biggest support. Yu Long returned casually. He ordered the kaiju to enter the inner world again as he walked out of the bedroom and enjoyed the fresh morning air. The sun has yet to rise. Agent, report. Yu Long opened his mouth. A man in a black suit appeared and kneeled. Yes, Lord Shadow. When you were away, the Shadow Realm discovered that business clans collaborated with sects near the drifting Cloud Mountain range. However, just recently, they started moving. As I thought, hey. Yu Long leaned on the wall. Have you done an in-depth investigation? Yes. The man in a black suit nodded. Some agents have infiltrated the business clans and related sects. They would give us information in 2 hours. 2 hours. Not bad, but keep Shadow Realm sights on the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. They couldn't possibly only watch from the sidelines. Yu Long added, given how that sect acts most of the time. I'll follow your order. The man in a black suit responded with a determined tone. Go. Yu Long blinked, and the man in a black suit disappeared. The Shadow Realm currently cultivated a passive version of the arts of Ghost and arts of Reaper that Yu Long created suitable for information gathering and assassination. Unfortunately, the Shadow Realm didn't have any Sky Profound Realm experts, as their most relevant hitter are Hongguan, Lily, and 11 other Earth Profound Realm Shadow agents. Before Yu Long created Wabi and made an enhanced version of Heart-Opening Liquid, their training resources were really limited with so many members they had. Even then, Yu Long created Shadow Realm not for a frontal fight. It's good enough for now. Thinking about it, Shadow Realm will experience a tremendous chance soon. After all, Yu Long's research on profound patterns, aspects, and incarnations has borne results. Yu Long went to the hill and cultivated arts of Violet Mist, dragging misty chi from the rising sun. Yang's energy rejuvenated his bone marrow and supplied him with more stamina. Lily walked from behind, watching her young master blow a beautiful purple mist from his mouth. She waited a few minutes and said, "Young master, Madam is calling you for breakfast." And She was quite annoyed that you didn't visit her immediately yesterday. A weak smile formed on Yu Long's face as he replied, "Okay." They went to the courtyard where Yu Long's mother lived and saw the madam sitting in a pavilion. Uxin gazed at her son and smiled, "Come here. We have many things to talk about." Yu Long shrugged and sat on a seat near his mother, noticing dishes were actually set in an orderly manner on the stone table. Oh no, he didn't feel good about this. Uxin poured warm tea for her son and herself. As Yu Long sipped his tea, Uxin opened her mouth and said, "I heard you are close with Mr. Hong Ai's daughter. Her name is Xia Qingyu, isn't it? Why don't you tell your mother about this Qingyu girl?" She flashed a smile at him. Cough. Cough. Yu Long choked on his tea. "Father, you traitor." Chapter 23, Same body, but different head. After a long, chatty breakfast, Yu Long hurried to the underground facility and waited for the shadow agents to come with information. Some asked why the Lord Shadow looked vexed, but he answered them without much emotion. Private matters and work are different things, so stay professional. Hongguan and Lily arrived at the underground facility because they would participate in the mission. They are so close to a breakthrough, with Hongguan being near to reaching the first level of Sky Profound Realm. The first ever Sky Profound Realm in the Shadow Realm will be recorded in their organization's history. In the Shadow Realm, there are 5 positions. The Lord of Shadow is their ultimate leader, the savior at their darkest moment. Below that leading position are Shadow's brides, battle maids personally trained by Lord Shadow since the beginning of the organization. And yes, all of them are female, and there are only 2 members of Shadow's brides so far, Hongguan and Lily. The third position will be Shadow's Phantom. They are elites of elites and the earliest members of the Shadow Realm, gaining Lord Shadow's direct blessing and teachings. They also recently entered the Earth Profound Realm. The fourth is Shadow's Walker. They are the second and third wave of Shadow Realm's members from 2 years ago and are now led by the Shadow's Phantoms. Shadow's Walker strength is around True Profound Realm or the early level of Spirit Profound Realm. The fifth is Shadow's Apprentice. They are new members with no skills or merely started their training. Besides physical and mental training, Shadow agents must pass a quality test before raising their ranks. Their loyalty to the organization mustn't falter. Although there are all these ranks in the Shadow Realm. Under Lord Shadow, Yulong, they are Shadow agents for him to command. Yulong provided their living and nearly everything, after all. He didn't restrict them much, so they could live normally when not doing missions or training. Most members live in the Drifting River City and work as Yu Clan's servants. Meaning the caravans attacked by those business owners were run by Shadow Walkers. However, if any of them show acts of defection, they will face heavy consequences, torture, and ultimately death. After a while, some Shadow agents finally arrived at the underground facility. They are surprised to see Yulong sitting on the usually empty seat and bowing to him immediately. "We greet Lord Shadow." A hint of deep faith sounded when they greeted him in one breath. Yulong waved his hand casually, "Okay, get up. Tell me the situation on your side." One agent stepped forward and opened her mouth, "We have confirmed the wrongdoers behind the caravan's attack." "Oh." Yulong narrowed his eyes. "They are the 13 business clans led by the Zhu clan. And behind them are the Windblade sect and Cloud Palm sect. We also traced a sign of the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress's elder who instigated this act. And that person is the 4th elder of the fortress. Muley. As for the reason why Muley instigated this, he wanted to take over the resources in the Drifting Cloud Mountain range due to his greed, which included Yu Clan's business as it was the most noteworthy. Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Hongguan said indifferently. Her eyes flashed with deep killing intent, making the Shadow agents tremble slightly. Yulong patted Hongguan's back and eased the killing intent. "Good work, get yourself enhanced heart-opening liquid from the resource point." "Thank you, Lord Shadow." The agent's eyes lit up. They only have heard a rumor of it, but to think their leader will bestow the enhanced heart-opening liquid, who wouldn't be touched? Unknown to them, Yulong has lots of enhanced heart-opening liquid in his spatial ring. As they left the room, Yulong glanced at Hongguan and commented, "It seems you'll be getting your appetizer for Teacher Hong's death soon." "Yes." Hongguan heaved a sigh, clenching her hand tightly. Yulong noticed dragon's aspects inside Hongguan's body gets riled up, making him curious if one's intense emotion could trigger more potential of his self-made bloodline. It's an interesting topic to tackle. Yulong shook his head gently and said, "Lily, summon the Shadow Phantom Troop. We are going to the Zhu clan in 1 hour." "Yes, young master." Lily nodded and vanished from her spot. Unlike her usual brightness, Lily is currently very passive. Soon, 11 Earth Profound Realm Shadow Phantoms arrived at the underground facility. The youngest is not even 18, while the oldest is no older than 30. "We have a mission. Today, we will strike the instigators behind the caravan's attack. Our fellow Shadows' lives won't fall without paying back. The blood is bound to be spilled. Let's march." Yulong covered himself in a grey coat and disappeared. "Yes, Lord Shadow." Hongguan, Lily, and 11 Shadow Phantoms followed Yulong. Blue North County, Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's head is sitting in his study room. He couldn't help but smile when thinking of getting Yu clan's assets after engaging his illiterate daughter with Yu clan's eldest son. Unfortunately, he couldn't get everything, but a piece of pie was all he needed to make the Zhu clan prosper. Zhu Kong, anticipated the Yu clan's inevitable. The clan's head sipped a fine wine. Nice room you have here. Someone's voice suddenly brushed Zhu Kong's ears. Who is there? Zhu Kong turned around and was instantly greeted by a sword on the throat. Zhu Kong froze on the spot and saw a young man with golden eyes. He wore a grey coat and black pants, hiding his physical features. Sit. Yu Long said casually. Zhu Kong slowly sat back on his chair. Who are you? Oh, you didn't recognize me? I thought you targeted my clan. It seems your connection and information gathering are poor. Yu Long chuckled slightly. Well, my name is Yu Long. Nice to meet you, you oxygen waster. Zhu Kong's body trembled as he finally put the pieces together. Why Yuri Yu Zhan's fourth son? Ding, dong. Correct, nice guess. Yu Long waved his finger playfully. Ha! Zhu Kong immediately lashed out. So, you're coming here because I want to seize your clan's business. Let me tell you, killing me here would cause a lot of trouble for your father. No, even your Yu clan will get destroyed. Is it because you have Windblade sect and Cloud Palm sect supporting your back? Yu Long flashed a grin to him. Don't worry, they'll get their turn soon. I'm just making a roll call here. Roll call. Zhu Kong felt dread in the atmosphere. Yu Long nodded. Yup, a roll call. For example. 1. Zhu Kong's eyes widened as a woman in a black suit appeared and threw a round object near his feet. He stiffly looked down and saw the head of his business friend. 2. Another one rolled to his feet. 3. 4, no eyes. 5. 6. 7. 8. Yoh, bad teeth. 9. 10. This one has a huge hole on the front forehead. 11. This one lost his jaws. And 12. The last head rolled like a ball and bounced on Zhu Kong's pants. The room soon filled with a bloody scent. Zhu Kong's face is as pale as paper now. Cold sweats are running like no tomorrow all over his body. PP please, young master. Young master you, please spare my life. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you everything. Of course, you will tell me everything. But not in this form. Yu Long shrugged and used Yum's Dream Eater. Zhu Kong fell on the bloody puddle. He screamed painfully as if Yu Long had torn his body apart. After gruesome mental torture, Yu Long told shadow agents to clean the scene. As they disappeared, Yu Long turned Zhu Kong into an essence sphere while he was still alive and devoured him. Disgusting memory flowed into Yu Long's head and made him spit on the floor. This guy is no good. He indifferently wiped his mouth. At least we are getting our next targets. Yu Long summoned Wabi and commanded the slime to clean everything in this room. He leisurely opened a locked safe and stored Zhu clan's monetary banknotes. He glanced down, seeing a garden from the highest room of Zhu clan's mansion. He could see a familiar-looking young man and a nice-looking girl sitting on a bench, laughing harmoniously. The young man is around 175 centimeters tall. He has a lean and toned physique. Wearing a fashionable green robe, the young man has short black hair, brownish-yellow eyes and a somewhat handsome face that matches his attire. This young man is Yu Long's eldest brother, Yu Kai. You better live more modestly after this, eldest brother. Yu Long commented while leaning on the window. We have killed the heads of business clans. Hong Guan appeared beside him. Isn't this attracting attention, young master? Not really. Yu Long closed his eyes. We can just replace the heads. And there would be no suspicion. To be fair, we should do this earlier. Well, I can't cry over spilled milk. He shook his head bitterly. Same body, but different head. Then, who's our next target? Hong Guan asked after understanding Yu Long's way of thinking. Windblade Sect. Chapter 24, Fools, Awakening a Sleeping Beast. Chapter 23 3 hours later. After the heads of business clans were eliminated and replaced. Windblade Sect. Within the pavilion of an ancient-looking palace, 2 men toasted their cups of wine. The first man is short and bald but has a stylish goatee. He wore a yellow martial robe and matching pants, exuding the pressure of sky-profound realm expert. On the other hand, the second man is tall and muscular. He has medium-length brown hair but no facial hair. He wore an open-chested blue robe and black pants. Just like the first man, he has the presence of a sky-profound realm expert. These 2 are the sect leaders of the Cloud Palm Sect and Windblade Sect, respectively. Yan Mu and Zhang Gu. Brother Mu, enjoy the wine. Soon, we will get the profound breaking pill from Elder Mu Lei and enter a higher realm after many years. The Windblade Sect's leader, Zhang Gu, laughed. He, toast. The Cloud Palm Sect's leader, Yan Mu, chuckled and drank the wine in one motion. They are having a great time in their lives. Still, Yu clan has grown so big in just 3 years. Zhang Gu greedily said. Anyone who isn't a fool could see something wasn't right. Yes, but your Windblade Sect is doing things messily. Yan Mu commented casually. Oh, what do you mean by that? Yan Mu snorted. Do you think I didn't know you supported the Zhu clan from the shadows, even using your elders to attack Yu clan's caravans? My sect, on the other hand, did this more cleanly. We are asking for enrollment money for Yu clan's 3rd young master. Pfft, shameless bastard! Zhang Gu slammed his table in disbelief. Isn't that basically the same thing? Hehe, of course not. Yan Mu shook his head gently. Although we confirmed that Yu clan didn't make a significant connection in the Blue Wind Empire, I don't want to erase my suspicion easily. Such a clan usually has protection from the super faction. I merely covered my steps. Tisk, what kind of super faction could the Yu clan have? The patriarch Yu Zhan is a normal fellow with no profound strength, and his range of connection is limited. Zhang Gu criticized, not believing his friend. You're just being overcautious. Can I have this? Someone suddenly asked, startling them. Hey! 2x. Zhang Gu and Yan Mu stepped back in a hurry, releasing their cultivation base to attack at any moment. They blinked and saw a grey-clothed youth leaning on the wall, pouring wine into a new cup. The youth sipped the wine and commented, Yug, so bitter. My palate is still young. He glanced at them and smiled, oh, hello there. Nice afternoon, isn't it? Who are you? Yan Mu questioned with a frown. This kid actually could enter their personal space without them noticing. This youth isn't simple. Yu Long placed the cup of wine down and replied, How should I answer this? Oh, right. I'm a passerby who just happened to take fancy to your little establishment. Would you believe that? Hearing little establishment from Yu Long's mouth, Yan Mu's mouth twitched in disbelief. Who will believe such words? And it successfully irked Zhang Gu beside Yan Mu. Kid, stop joking around. Just tell us your identity. Zhang Gu indifferently said, almost in a commanding tone. Haha. Are you perhaps afraid that I was from a super-duper background and will apologize by kowtowing to me later if it is right? Cultivation world with its bully the weak and fear the strong attitude. Yu Long mocked them in annoyance. Whatever, I'm coming here to settle a few things. He pointed his finger at Yan Mu. You, are you the one who scammed my third brother? Your face looks like a scammer. Third brother? Yan Mu squinted his eyes. He recalled that the Yu clan has 4 young masters. And the youngest one has gone outside for over 3 months. Looking at Yu Long's facial features, he did resemble the Yu clan's patriarch. Yu Zhan's fourth son. Yu Long, you're only 10, I believe. So, how in hell did he sneak under our nose? Yan Mu's critical mind was alarmed. Fuck, something isn't right. However, unlike Yan Mu, Zhonggu isn't very patient. Humph, just a little brat from a backwater background. Zhonggu summoned a sword and stepped forward. Killing you will settle everything. Brother Gu, don't! Yan Mu shouted. Still, Zhonggu already swung his sword without profound skills, causing a whistling noise in the surroundings. Swoosh! The sword slashed through the air but awkwardly stopped just when it was about to touch Yu Long's hair. What? Why can't my blade move? Zhonggu flexed his arms' muscles. Still, the sword couldn't move an inch. Yu Long poked the sword casually, as expected. They couldn't see my profound incarnation. A muscular figure currently pinched Zhonggu's sword, stopping it from reaching Yu Long. Just like stand, profound incarnations are ethereal images. It exists in a different space. Only a person like Xia Qingyu with heart of snow-glazed glass could see profound incarnations. Nevertheless, this doesn't confirm that cultivators from the upper realm couldn't see profound incarnations because they developed divine sense after transcending the mortal realm. Melt! Yu Long commanded indifferently. The profound incarnation gathered heat inside its finger and transferred it into a sword. And yes, we are talking about heat coming from the initial level of fire law. It's not something quasi-sky profound weapon could handle. Zhonggu's sword started melting like ice cream, dropping to the wooden floor. He released the sword's handle and hissed because the heat reached his hand. Kyug, what did you do? Wearing a painful expression, Zhonggu held his hand in horror. Oh, just a normal appliance of radiation. Yu Long shrugged like it was the most normal thing ever. Nothing special. But your sensitivity sure is poor. He narrowed his eyes on Zhonggu. This is what happens when one thinks profound entrances are everything. Zhonggu, use everything you have. Yan Mu shouted in panic. He must have used a secret technique to stop your attack. Don't be lured into his trap. You're right. Zhonggu huffed. Another sword appeared in Zhonggu because this time, he'd use Windblade Sec's final technique immediately. Windblade Storm. Ha! You're talking too much. Yu Long scoffed at the fool. The profound incarnation listened to Yu Long's order and moved like a flash, punching a hole in Zhonggu's chest. A charred hole appeared, smelling like burnt meat. Why you? Zhonggu's eyes widened as he dropped dead to the floor. What a disappointment! Yu Long emotionlessly stared at the corpse beneath him. Yan Mu stepped back and ran as if his life depended on it. Run! Run! Fucking run! Yan Mu had never seen such a monster before. That kid isn't human. That's not the gaze of a human. How unfortunate of Yan Mu. It was too late. Bam! Yan Mu felt a smack on his chest and coughed a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground heavily with a handful of dirt inside his mouth. An invisible force lifted Yan Mu by the neck, paralyzing his body as if death just landed its hand on him. Yan Mu slowly hovered back to Yu Long, seeing the golden-eyed monster sit and enjoy the wind. You know, I have no plan of exposing my power this early. But you guys force me to do this. If only you're doing your job as dogs and watch from the sidelines. Yu Long indifferently rubbed his forehead. Staring into Yan Mu's terrified eyes, Yu Long didn't say much, but the Cloud Palm Sect's leader understood what he meant. We are such fools. We actually awakened a sleeping beast. Yan Mu thought before getting his neck snapped. Sky Profound Realm. They are like twigs. Yu Long closed his eyes. Hongguan, Lily, and 11 shadow phantoms appeared shortly after. Young Master, we have wiped important people in the Windblade Sect and Cloud Palm Sect, Lily quickly reported. We also have assigned replacements from the Shadow Realm. Good job. Yulong nodded slightly. For now, stabilize the situation. I'll send a letter to the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress to lure the bastard who touched my things. We understand, Lord Shadow. The 11 shadow phantoms answered and disappeared from the yard. Hong Guan stared at the two corpses beside Yulong and mumbled, Sky Profound Realm. So, this is the power of profound incarnation. Yes. Yulong smiled at her. And you might awaken it soon, Sister Guan. What do you think? Do you want to fight Muley by yourself? Yes. Let me do it. Hong Guan replied without hesitation. Chapter 25, The Dragoness. Chapter 24 Windblade Sect. Yulong lay on top of the pavilion, digesting the essence spheres of the sect leaders he killed a moment ago. Their memories flowed into his head, which is more disgusting than Zhu Clan's head. Not many people know, but Zhu Clan's head is a disgusting pervert. Zhu Kong trafficked young maidens in the southern part of the Blue Wind Empire, locking them in the Zhu Clan's basement for months before giving them a scarce chance to live. Although Yulong has cleaned the mess by giving these broken maidens a new home to recover, the trauma won't disappear soon. On the other hand, these two sect leaders are more disgusting as they actually caused famine and destroyed countless innocent villages. And lastly, they also touched kids. They were the lowest humans can be. Windblade Art, B. Acquired. Blade Wielding, C. Acquired. Cloud Palm Art, B. Acquired. Basics of Arrays, A. Acquired. At least they give some useful skills. Yulong closed his eyes and digested the skills. Yulong created a blade with his bone and waved it according to the devoured memory. A sharp energy punctured the air and caused a tear over 15 meters long. He didn't stop there as he waved his palm away, creating an invisible wave of force. The terrifying force blew the air away. The profound arts and skills are good, but Yulong is more interested in the last ability. Basic of Arrays. It contained information about how to form formation through arrays, their usage, and applications. Although it wasn't extensive knowledge, Yulong is confident in developing it. In his past life, Yulong had many skills. Programming is one of them. As long as Yulong understood the basics of arrays, he could interpret them in his own coding language. It would be time-consuming but worth it, nonetheless. The Cloud Palm sect should have the books about arrays since their sect leader learned it. Yulong decided to visit this sect later. At the moment, Yulong must catch a big fish with these new memories. Yulong went to the bird courier station. This place is where specific breeds of pigeons are actually trained to send messages, and any high-end factions have 1 or 2 stations. One might wonder, how can the courier birds survive the wilderness? The answer is there is a specific route they could use. They are also smart enough to evade dangers below the spirit profound realm. Using the handwriting of the Cloud Palm sect's leader, Yulong wrote a message about the success of the Yu clan's conquest mission. Then, he added the fact they should discuss further plans. After placing the letter in a container, Yulong picked the highest quality courier bird and sent it to the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. The distance between Windblade sect isn't far away. Yup, only 100,000 kilometers. That's far in his previous life, but here? The courier bird will arrive in a few hours straight. A few hours is enough to set up a trap. Yulong said nonchalantly. He went to the Windblade sect's library and checked their profound skills, only to be disappointed by techniques with no grace nor detail. Any technique Yulong made when he was 8 is superior to these trashes. Knowledge is power. Yulong gritted his teeth and forced himself to read all the books. He finished everything in the library an hour later, thanks to Thought's acceleration and Yum's psychic force. Yulong leaned on the bookshelves. Phew, there are some good things in piles of trash. Unfortunately, it was 1 out of 10,000. Lily appeared from the shadows and used her handkerchief to wipe the sweat on Yulong's forehead. You shouldn't force yourself, young master. You should leave some burdens on us. She complained like usual. Burden? Hey. Yulong smiled slightly. There is something you guys can help with. Say it, say it. Lily's eyes lit up immediately. Yulong pointed outside, can you bring me high-quality ink and brush? Lily thought the task would be dangerous or exciting. Isn't this just her daily made task? Even then, Lily still followed Yulong's order. Not far away, under a willow tree, Hongguan prepared herself for the big battle by meditating. Yulong's profound sense watched her from the library, feeling her profound strength was about to break through. Hongguan could enter the first level of Sky Profound Realm anytime, but she restrained it. She wanted her cultivation base to have a strong foundation. Yin Dragon's aspect and Gale Dragon's aspect have merged with Hongguan's body after 2 months. It allows her physical and mental prowess to be 4 times stronger than anyone in the same cultivation. 5 hours later. The sun has set. Yulong looked down at the Windblade sect from the highest tree and nodded in satisfaction. He tried using Array's language for the first time and drew a dome-like formation around the Windblade sect. The Windblade sect will be a battlefield for Hongguan and the person who instigated a plan to destroy the Yu clan. My lord, there is a powerful presence from the west. Yum's voice echoed in Yulong's head. Yulong blinked and used Insect King's vision, finding a tall elderly in a blue robe. He's skinny for a greedy person, with a wrinkled face, white beard, and mustache. Muley. Yulong mumbled solemnly. Their target is the 6th level of the Sky Profound Realm. And he was actually equipped with countless hidden weapons under that blue robe. Yulong bet those hidden weapons are all explosive, as expected from the sect full of suicidal maniacs. With presence erasure and arts of ghost, Yulong went to a more suitable spot to watch the fight. He quickly landed on the roof of a grain warehouse and saw Hongguan in maid clothes escorting the target. Hongguan POV. Here it is. I breathed in and smiled at my target, the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress's 4th elder, Muley. I hate everything related to this sect, which means Muley is directly included. Welcome to the Windblade sect, I said while keeping my killing intent in check. The sect leader Yan and Zhang have been waiting for you, Elder Mu. Muley stroked his beard and nodded, not bad. They actually did it in a few days. Well, escort me to their location. Yes, I replied, bringing him to the center of the array formation young master Yulong had created. We walked to the courtyard, and I could feel Muley's lustful gaze on my buttocks. I wish I could kill this trash any time now, but everything must go according to the young master's plan. Calm down. Act like an innocent maiden. Soon, I'd get a chance to avenge my brother's death. I hope my brother's soul will gain more peace. I don't see Yan Mu or Zhang Gu here. Muley frowned, looking around vigilantly. I turned around and smiled. About that, it seems they are busy. Busy? Yes, they are busy in hell. I released my profound strength, using the Yin Dragon aspect and Gale Dragon aspect to launch my most powerful skill. A dark scarlet flame burst from my palm, changing into a beautiful rose-like flower. As the flower expanded, I smacked Muley as rough as with every strength I could muster. Art of Crimson Witch. Thorny Rose. Boom. Muley and I were quickly separated from each other. He coughed a mouthful of blood while holding an umbrella-like tool. That tool weakens the explosion. I wiped blood from the corner of my mouth. But Muley should have been injured as well. My thorny rose is a combination of yin and fire element. It corroded one's profound strength. You bitch! Muley roared at me. You actually dare to attack me? Muley's hand trembled in pain as the explosion silencer tool couldn't hold against the sneak attack. The bone in his left arm is clinically shattered. Thinking about this scenario, Muley gazed toward me hatefully and kicked the ground. He tried to run away. My lips curled into a smirk because Muley couldn't run away. Bang! Muley stepped on the erase barrier and bounced to the ground, groaning in pain. What? He was puzzled. It's useless, I commented indifferently. We are currently inside an array formation. Unless you kill me, there is no way out. Muley turned around and grimaced. His wrinkled face darkened after realizing the horror of this situation. He also noticed my cultivation, the 10th level of Earth Profound Realm. I could see a confidence rose on Muley's face. He probably thought I was weaker because my cultivation base was lower by 6 levels than his. Young master is right. In this world, everyone thinks their cultivation base is absolute. Muley opened his blue robe and revealed several tools and explosives made in the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire sect. He also pulled a black-colored spear, pointing it at me. I only have to kill you, right? A grin appeared on his face. I restrained my laughter and responded, yes, if you can do it. Muley rushed toward me. He was fast. However, I was even faster. Thanks to my young master, my sensitivity is superior to this trash. Die! Muley furiously stabbed his spear and waved a handful of black dust at me. The black dust lit up, giving off a burnt smell. Boom! Ha ha ha! Take my annihilation soul powders. Muley thought he already won, but I remained in my position. A look of horror plastered Muley's face as he realized the explosion didn't affect me. I was actually surrounded by a barrier made of gale force, which repelled the explosion. Heavenly Spear. Muley threw his spear. Too late. But I reacted quickly. Using Gale Dragon aspect, I created a rotating wind on my right hand. Meanwhile, on my other hand, the black crimson flame burns thanks to Yin Dragon aspect. I clasped my hand and slammed Muley's chest, Art of Crimson Witch. Ash-like flower. Muley's eyes widened in disbelief as the technique I released contained such incredible momentum and firepower. Surprisingly, Muley pulled a green-colored orb and tossed it to me in a split second. Ha ha ha! Green sun! He manically laughed. Go away! I screamed in rage. Boom! We were both caught in a massive explosion. The courtyard was destroyed to the brim, leaving scattered ground and a deep crater. Muley POV. Ha! Ha! That bitch, whore! I breathed heavily as Green Sun was a forbidden weapon made in the Thunderfire branch. It was made with several Sky Profound Realm materials, costing me life savings price to have one. However, that bitch. She was too powerful. At least she died. I sighed in relief, feeling pain in my chest. Looking down at my chest, I saw a burning hole that exposed my beating heart. I panicked and quickly ate a recovery pill suppressing the injuries. Fuck, I am almost die. Thankfully, being the Sky Profound Realm expert that I am, this injury isn't that bad. Thud. Thud. The sound of steps entered my ears. Hey! No fucking way! My breath became heavier as a figure slowly walked towards me. Her body was charred like ash, releasing intense heat. Her long, crimson hair flared like the sun's flares. However, what makes me terrified is her eyes. Those green eyes gained slit like a dragon, shining with venomous gleam. Move! Move! My legs stumbled all over the place. Then, I realized my legs had melted. The demoness approached me with the gaze of nothing but a wish to rip me apart. After a few seconds, she stood before me. Her beautiful dragon-like face sends a chill down my spine. If it was any other day, I'd have prostrates and worshipped her beauty. Nevertheless, I know. Today is my end. I forced my guts to move and opened my mouth. Why did you hate me so much? I believe we have never met before. Your section. Her alluring but cold voice struck my soul. Your sect killed my brother. My eyes shrank in realization. I see, revenge. The heavenly spear Thunderfire Fortress finally made an enemy they couldn't defend against. It seems the sect is eventually destined to perish. The woman didn't even move an inch, but everything within a meter radius melted into the dark liquid, including me. My organ burst. My bones turned into dust. And my blood evaporated. We have created a monster. I blankly thought before my gruesome and painful death. Normal POV. A roar of retribution reverberated all over the Windblade sect. Yulong landed on the domain-like ability that Hongguan released and stared at the transforming lady. She entered the first level of Sky Profound Realm, even awakening her profound incarnation. An ethereal, bipedal dragon surrounded Hongguan, wrapping her like a guardian beast. It is over 15 meters tall, with a slender, streamlined body covered by black-green scales and a pair of bat-like wings. Black flames and hurricanes surrounded them. Yulong's eyes met with the dragon's, and the latter reacted hostilely. Growling at Yulong, the dragon would protect its host at all costs. Little dragon, you're too weak to handle me. He chuckled and walked toward Hongguan, not caring about the dragon's hostility. Yulong stood before the now crimson-haired beauty. Sister Guan. Hongguan. Wake up. He caressed her face gently. Hongguan slowly opened her green eyes, staring at Yulong with a sad expression. Tears are running from her eyes, evaporating upon leaving her fair cheeks. Yulong sighed and opened his arms. Here. Ah, I did it. Yulong, I did it. Hongguan cried in Yulong's embrace, pouring out her emotional burden. Yulong patted her back. Everything will be okay now. You have become strong too. I'm proud of you. Really? Hongguan's voice was hoarse because of the excessive crying. Yulong smiled and answered truthfully, yes. Can we stay like this a little longer? Hongguan buried her face in the youth's chest, feeling very comfortable. Sure. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.